This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The body of Cody resident Sean Ezekiel Hughes, who had been missing since Easter, was found on Thursday afternoon in a parked car at Yellowstone Regional Airport. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that his sister says the family is in shock.
Sean Hughes was found at the Yellowstone Regional Airport. Now, this is where he was also last seen on Easter. And it's thought now that he actually did not duck off surveillance footage as they thought and headed out of the parking lot, but instead got into an unlocked vehicle. So he's found actually in a vehicle on the parking lot. Police had earlier searched the parking lot going up and down the roads looking into vehicles, but did not see him at the time. At present, his cause of death is still under investigation with an autopsy scheduled for Friday. However, there is no suggestion of foul play or self-harm. His family in Charlotte, North Carolina are just absolutely devastated by this news.
The 36-year-old was last spotted on video surveillance at the airport on April 5th. Casper State Representative Steve Harshman, the longest-serving Wyoming House member, is running for State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the lifelong teacher and coach says the bottom line is he loves Wyoming schools.
Big change for Steve Harshman coming up on 24 years in the Wyoming House of Representatives. He's running for Superintendent of Public Instruction, the top public education official in Wyoming, and also a key figure on the fate of state lands and loans and other things like that. And this is a big move for him because it means he can't run for House after nearly 24 years. He's either done or interrupted in that tenure one way or another, whether he wins or loses. He's also going up against his fellow representative, Tom Kelly, a pretty staunch conservative, and Chad Auer, who was a policy advisor to Governor Mark Gordon before hitting the road to campaign.
The 62-year-old Harshman was born in Wyoming, raised in the small Natrona County town of Midwest, and has taught and coached for decades in the state's public school system. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former House Speaker Albert Summers is running to win back his Sublette County House District 20 seat. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Summers says the legislature needs, quote, less political theater.
He rose to the top post you can attain in the House Speaker in 2023, 2024. Tradition holds, now it's not perfect, not everyone does this, but tradition holds that you seek Senate or higher office after that. And he did. He ran for his Senate seat and lost to Laura Pearson, a newbie. And so now after the 2-year hiatus, he's running again for his old House seat against perennial candidate Bill Winnie, who is also a fixture as a person testifying at legislative hearings.
The former House Speaker from Pinedale made the announcement on Thursday, hours after the seat's incumbent representative, Mike Schmid of LaBarge, announced he won't run this year. A suspicious package left near Gate 1 at F.E. Warren Air Force Base on Thursday prompted an evacuation of nearby homes and the Wyoming State Capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one man who left his house couldn't return for hours because of police presence.
There were emergency vehicles all over the place, lights, people just kind of hanging around to see what's going on. And I noticed a guy just kind of standing on the corner. He was wearing his shorts. He was wearing a sweatshirt and his sneakers. He was one of the people who were evacuated from the area. The only problem is he didn't know at the time he was being evacuated. He went out for his morning walk, walked down the street, walked around the park. And when he came back, everything was there. It was blocked off. They wouldn't let him back to his house. He waited for several hours, but he took it in stride.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Good morning, Wyoming. And the world. Welcome. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Right here on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm back on Saturdays. Yes, we had a couple Saturdays off because I was filling in for Jake for a couple weeks while he was on vacation. Had a great string of shows. If you missed any of them, go back, go to YouTube, check them out. They were awesome. I think I'd had 49 interviews one week and 49 interviews the next week. It was jam-packed. Yes, go to YouTube. They're archived on there. Or if you're on cowboystatedaily.com, you can click the radio button and find them on there as well. I am in my home studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. Join the program. Give me a call. 307-620-8866. You can also text that number. I think it's working this morning. Should be anyway. You can also catch us on YouTube, Facebook, X. I just got the notification from Cowboy State Daily. We are live right now. Yes, Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. How's your week going? Weekend plans? What do you want to talk about? Let me know. Join the program. 307-620-8866. I like to interact with you, the listener out there. We've got a guest coming on at 6:20. Brendan McMahon from Australia. Award-winning singer-songwriter. Then we have another award-winning singer-songwriter, Robbie Hart, coming up at 7. She's got a brand new song coming out this week. Well, next week, technically. And then we have the new Sheridan Activities Director. He's coming on at 8 o'clock this morning. And then we have a guest coming on at 9:45 who was in Las Vegas for Wrestlemania 42, one of my buddies that I grew up with, went to college with, good friend of mine. I wish I was in Vegas for Wrestlemania 42. I wish I was in Vegas this weekend for Fish. I'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. Last Saturday, right here in Sheridan, Wyoming, at the Sheridan County Fairgrounds, I teased it a few times during the week show. I had her on the program a couple weeks ago on Saturday. It was about a month ago. The lovely and talented Jessica Lynn was here for the 3rd annual Reach fundraising event. And the event was last Saturday. It was an amazing event, amazing time. Local band Stereo Pilot performed. They had Grammy Award winner Larry Mitchell join them for a few songs. I can't remember his name, Art something. One of Raleigh's friends, amazing guitarist from the area. The guy could just shred. He joined them for like 4 songs. And it was just a great night. Full house. Jessica performed like a 40-minute acoustic set and then played a couple songs with the band. Just completely blew everybody away. She was awesome. Hung out the whole time. Stayed afterwards. Chatted with everybody that wanted to talk to her. Took pictures with everybody. Just a great night. But yeah, the 3rd annual Reach event, they'll be doing it again next year. Do not miss it. If you see it coming around, one of the best concerts in Sheridan. I mean, they just crushed it. It was awesome. And the sound guy, it was from Montana, and he does like all the Wild Jam. He was out on tour with Shinedown. That was the best I've ever heard the Sheridan County Fairgrounds sound. But yeah, it was just an incredible event. They raised some money. They had local artist Sonia Kaywood do a painting she knocked this painting out in like 2 hours. And then they auctioned it off, which I think the guy got a steal. He got it for like $1,300. And then the same guy that bought the painting, they had a raffle for a guitar, like a $2,000 guitar. And the same guy that bought the painting won the guitar, which was this older gentleman. I was like, boy, if he doesn't play guitar, I don't know about this. And then come to find out he did give the guitar back to them, donated it back. So we'll see. That thing might be getting auctioned off here sometime. But yeah, if you were there, give me a call, send me a text, let me know what you thought of the event. Everybody left very happy. So that's always good when people are smiling when they're leaving an event. It's a little chilly here this morning in Sheridan, Wyoming. Well, let me throw up the weather here. We had a frost overnight. I can't tell. I think we got just like a skiff of snow, just a dusting of snow. And the road is wet out here. It says at my location right now it's 29 degrees. The high is 54. It's going to warm up today. It's supposed to be sunny and 54. Tomorrow, sunny and 65. But right now, Sheridan's at 29. Buffalo's at 25. Gillette's at 25. Laramie's at 18. Casper's sitting at 23. They have a freeze warning going on in Casper. So does Buffalo. Cheyenne's sitting at 23. They have a red flag warning. That means like fire danger. Highs in the mid-50s, 52 today in Cheyenne, 52 in Casper, 47 in Laramie, 49 in Gillette, 50 in Buffalo, and 54 in Sheridan. Yeah, so it's supposed to get pretty decent today and even warmer tomorrow. And I don't think any precipitation at all. We got 4 inches of snow 2 days ago, and then by yesterday afternoon, it was all gone. You couldn't even tell. And right now, it's just a little dusting of snow this morning and maybe a little frost out there in the air. So hopefully you didn't plant anything just quite yet. I know everybody's itching. I did mow my yard Monday night, was it? Yeah, I think it was Monday night, which was a good thing because then it snowed like Thursday. So my yard is actually looking pretty good. But my yard always looks good until about end of June, 4th of July. And then I get lazy. I don't have a sprinkler system. And I have a pretty, not a big backyard, but a decent sized backyard. And I just don't have the time to water my yard. Everybody gives me grief. From my kids to my dad to he'll be coming in July. He's coming in like the middle of July, right when my yard will just look like complete death. it'll be brown and awful. And he'll show up, and he's Mr. Green Thumb, and I'll hear about it. Should have got that sprinkler system. All you got to do is get like 3 or 4 hoses and spread them out, and get a timer. And yeah, easier said than done. I don't have something weird at my house. I don't have the greatest water pressure. So I can only run like so much at a time before it just does nothing. And even the sprinkler just won't even turn because there's not enough water pressure. It's weird. We were going to do a sprinkler system a couple years ago, but even my old man was like, you don't have enough water pressure, or the water's not coming in right to your house, or I don't know. Something. I had some drama with my brother's dryer this week. We'll talk about that coming up on the show. Since I'm like a unofficial dryer repairman, I went over to his house to take a look at his dryer. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was announced this week. The 2026 induction class. Did you see this? What do you think about this? Give me a call. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. Oasis. Okay, they're back this year. So they got the buzz going on, so I get that. Wu-Tang Clan. This is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Wu-Tang Clan. Iron Maiden, which is about damn time. Joy Division, New Order, which is the same thing. Phil Collins. What is it, Sade? Luther Vandross and Billy Idol are enshrined in this year's rock and roll introduction ceremony. Phil Collins, previously inducted as a member of Genesis back in 2010. Last year, Oasis, Iron Maiden, and Joy Division New Order were nominated, but didn't make it. Wu-Tang Clan and Luther Vandross were both nominated for the first time this year, which I'm kind of shocked. Mariah Carey, she was up this year, but missed the cut. Jeff Buckley, Lauryn Hill, the Black Crowes, and Pink. Oh, and also Shakira were also nominated this year, but missed the cut. I don't get this. I've talked before about on the show about how I think the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a complete joke. I mean, how the Black Crowes, how'd they miss the cut? Iron Maiden finally gets in. Fish, who is at the Sphere right now, was up like last year or the last 2 years. I think they even won the fan vote last year. They still didn't get in, and they're not even nominated this year. It's like, how is that? Which I don't think the guys care at all, but the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will also award the Early Influence Award to Fela Kuti, MC Lyte, Graham Parsons, and Queen Latifah. Whatever that means. Rick Rubin and Linda Creed will be given Music Excellence Awards. And Ed Sullivan will receive the posthumous Ahmet Ertegun Award. The ceremony's happening November 14th in Los Angeles. ABC and Disney Plus will broadcast it this year. It used to be on HBO Max. But yeah, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, most of the inductees are not even rock and roll. It's ridiculous. Let's kick on our Zoom here so we can mess up all of our cameras on our OBS on the software I'm using. I'm glad Iron Maiden is in, but I saw yesterday or the day before that they are going to be on tour in Europe or something in November of this year. So they're saying that they're not even going to be at the show. Is my Zoom going to even work this morning? Well, we hope so. Come on. It's connecting. Maybe. Possibly. Now, like, my whole computer's screwed up here. Let's make sure I'm still on the air. Looks like it anyway. Hopefully. Yeah, my Zoom workplace is just spinning right in the middle of my screen and nothing is happening. That's not good. Let's see. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Mark Otis. Most likely water restrictions this summer. Do you water your trees? Are you on city water or on a well? I'm on city water. I did water my trees, or one tree last week, because it was looking pretty dry. What's going on here on my Zoom? It does not want to start this morning. That's not good. First Saturday back, and this is what happens. We'll see if it fixes itself or not. Come on, Zoom Workplace. Unable to connect. Make sure you're connected to a stable network that is not blocked by a firewall. There was something that happened the other day. It wouldn't copy and paste stuff on my MacBook. It was so weird. Oh, there it goes. Now it decided to work. Just a little hiccup. And just like I said, my camera will screw up once it finally works. My back camera was being weird. And I got it back last night. Let's see if it's still kind of dark or looks funny. And now my front camera freezes. I don't know. This is the weirdest software that we use for the show. Yeah, my other camera still looks kind of weird. Now it isn't even on. I don't know. Who knows? No, don't do that. Well, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to Australia to chat with Australian singer-songwriter Brendan McMahon. This guy's been hard at it for the last decade or so. He has won the Best Male Vocal 2022-2025 Best Album at the Tamworth Country Music People's Choice Awards. He's achieved multiple #1 singles. His latest album is awesome. He's got a new single that's also out. We'll chat with him coming up next right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Australian singer-songwriter Brendan McMahon right after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
I was a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. Stupid dog had to go out, and now he's stuck out. I was like, dude, I only have so much time here, buddy. Yes, welcome back to the show. Give me a call. Join the program, 307-620-8866. Happy Saturday to you. Let's head to the Zoom room. There's a certain kind of magic in music that can transport you back to being a kid on a gravel road with the wind at your back. Our next artist has made a career out of capturing those moments. A master of Americana and storytelling, he recently took home the Radio Presenters Award at Tamworth, voted on by folks like us who just can't get enough of his sound. Turn it up for Brendan McMahon. McMahon's music is noted for its evocative lyrics and blending a various genres like Americana. And if we can hit the right button, there he is. Brendan, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Oh, great to be on.
Well, I was going to say good morning, but it's probably nighttime there. What time is it there?
Yeah, it's about 10:30 p.m. here in Australia, in New South Wales.
Okay, because, where are you, in Melbourne?
No, I live in a place called Bateman's Bay, which is on the coast in New South Wales. It's sort of, it's about 4 hours south of Sydney.
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, man, what a start to 2026. It just keeps getting better for you, Brendan. I mean, 2 awards in January at Tamworth, the Australian People's Choice Awards for Best Album for your latest full-length release, Turn Up the Radio. The Tamworth Songwriters Association Award for the very prestigious Radio Presenters Award. I mean, that had to feel nice.
Look, I have to say it was very nice. We don't make music to win awards, but it is nice when people recognise that you're doing something that I guess is pleasant to hear and people enjoy. Yeah, so very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, what changed? What changed in like 2024? I mean, you've done 8 albums in 10 years. You've just been crushing it, 10, 11 years or so. What happened in 2024? What changed in your life where you're like, okay, it's time to be a musician?
Well, I've been doing this for a long time. So many decades I've been playing music, and I just got to a point where I thought music is the prime driver for me. So it's all I want to do now. It's, I've got a backlog of songs to record. As you said, I've written 8 albums, released 8 albums. I've got my 9th album almost ready to go. And I've probably written another 2 albums on top of that. So it's just, I'm in that crazy phase of creative pleasantry. I don't know what you call it. It's just a very, very spontaneous and very creative period that I'm going through. So I'm just going to capture everything I can.
Yeah, because, you've been playing forever. It said you saved up $60 so you can go buy a guitar and an amp back when you were a kid. So, this was going on. Yeah, and, you make people jealous, Brendan, because they're like, well, I've had writer's block. This guy's knocking out an album every year. It's impressive.
Well, yeah, look, I guess I had about 10-year break from music when I was doing a serious day job, basically. Um, and I guess there was this pent-up amount of songs that just were ready to be released. And when I started writing, I was only ever going to record 6 songs in 2015. And that led to an album, which led to another album, which led to where we are now. So I opened the door, I opened Pandora's box. I'm not sure what happened, but it's been fun, been real fun.
Yeah, like you said, his solo journey starts like in 2015, 2016. He releases a couple albums. What, you were a big, Jimi Hendrix fan when you were a kid?
Oh, look, I love guitarists, so I remember when I was a kid, I saw Jimi Hendrix playing on I can't even remember what it was. It was probably one of the big festivals, maybe Woodstock. And I saw some old footage of it and I thought, well, that's what I want to be. I want to be a guitarist. I want to be, play like Jimi Hendrix. And then, as the years went on with all the amazing guitarists like the Van Halens and the Jimmy Pages and the Jeff Becks and all those guys, it really just grabbed me, the guitar. And I've never climbed to the limits of those guys because they're just incredible players. But that's what got me into music. That's what got me into playing guitar.
Yeah, you grew up in a small town, played in its pubs and everything. Have you went back and played there since now your career's rocking?
I went back there actually about 18 months ago and played the local rodeo. I'm not sure how you pronounce it over there. Which was kind of surreal because I hadn't played there for 20 odd years. And the faces had changed. The town did look the same, but there was a lot of people there I didn't know. But it was great to be back there and the 20 years seemed to have gone in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Is anyone still there? Your folks still there? Or?
I've got one sister still there. Yes.
Okay.
So my whole family was there, but my sisters have moved away. 3 sisters, and one of them still lives there. So it is like going home when I go back to my little hometown of Kapunda in South Australia, just near the Barossa Valley. If you're a wine drinker, you know the Barossa Valley probably for its red wine.
Nice. Because you mentioned it, you were a guitar guy, or you loved guitars, Van Halen, Kiss. You wanted to be like a rocker, a glam rock superstar. When did the shift kind of change?
Well, I guess the shift came probably as I got a little bit older, and I had that break because I was just playing in rock bands, basically cover bands for many years. And then I had that break I talked about. When I came back and started writing songs, I guess all the music that I'd listened to in my earlier years changed somewhat, and I started opening myself to listen to anything and everything. And it was the storytelling that grabbed me. I still love that 80s rock stuff. It's what I cut my teeth on, but the storytelling of guys like Richard Thompson and Bob Dylan and Harry Manx and all those guys, they draw you into the song, and they build a mental picture when they're singing their lyrics. And that's what really grabbed me. And that's what I've tried to do with my writing to a large extent.
Yeah, well, he's doing good at it. Go check him out. He's at BrendanMCM.com. He's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify. His latest album, Turn Up the Radio, is out now. He's got a brand new single, Head 'Em Up, is also out. I love there's a if you go to his website and read his bio, there's a sentence in there. When you started working with studio musicians, they helped you understand the importance of leaving space in music. Explain this, Brendan.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid playing in rock bands, it's like all kids, you get a band together, you get some mates together, and you all of a sudden you're in a room where you're playing loud and you've got a vibe and it's really exciting, and everybody wants to play as much as they possibly can and shine the whole time. I guess when I started playing with the session musicians that I've been recording with now for 10 years, I sat back and watched them and thought, they shine for their moment, but then they step back and leave space for everything else to happen. They leave space for the vocal. Instead of the guitarist wailing over a vocal, they step back out of the way of the vocal, let the story be told, and then they'll come in with their tasty solo or their beautiful drum fill or whatever. But they really did show me and teach me that leaving space in songs really opens up the song and helps the listener to get involved in the song. It's not just a clutter of fantastic musicians. It is a piece of art. It is something that goes on a journey through the song, and everybody takes part in that journey in the studio.
Yeah, I've heard a couple drummers say like less is more sometimes, which it's hard to grasp, especially when you're a musician. Like you said, you're trying to get everything out you can, but sometimes you got to kind of step back and let it do its thing. Because where are you getting all this inspiration? Is it unexpected inspiration? Does it come to you? Do we get a theme? How does it work?
I don't think I've ever sat down to write a song. I think they just come to me. They find me, the songs. But a lot of them are from experiences through life. Prior to COVID, which is many years ago, I was doing a lot of traveling overseas, and there was a lot of experiences to be had overseas to write about. When COVID happened in Australia, we had some pretty decent lockdowns, particularly where I was living at the time. And in Melbourne, we had 270 days of lockdown over a 2-year period, which was insane.
Yeah.
So I started reflecting on my life and my childhood and my experiences to write songs, and it helped me to understand that I was very blessed. I have a very, very good childhood, very happy childhood, lots of friends and lots of experiences in a small country town that maybe the city kids didn't have. So I started reflecting on that and writing about that. So, I guess I've shifted tact a little bit with my songwriting over the years, but, ideas come from everywhere, and there's a song in everything. So the songs seem to find me at the moment, and I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. That's a good thing. He's not searching them out at all. What's with you and your wife? When did this travel bug start hitting you? Because you guys have been to like 60 different countries?
Yeah. Well, we've been fortunate to travel a lot. And over the last 15, 16 years, if you take out COVID, there was a couple of years we couldn't travel, but we've just made it our purpose to see as much of the world as we can. And we've been very lucky to do that. And, as I said, lots of songs have come from that travel, and lots of great people to meet, and, just fun times and experiencing different cultures. All of that has been fantastic.
Talk about COVID for you guys, because especially you, you're crushing it for 5 years. And then just the door shuts. 270 days, 100 days in. What are you thinking, Brendan? You're like, is this ever going to end?
At the time, no, we didn't think it was. It's surreal now to think about it, because it didn't make any sense. I'm not sure that it changed anything. I think there was a bit of panic in the air, and particularly in the state of Victoria where I was living, they went overboard and over the top to the point where you weren't allowed out for more than 1 hour a day of your house. You couldn't go shopping with anybody else. You'd had to be by yourself. You had to wear a mask, of course, which is fine. You couldn't travel more than 5 kilometers, or 3 miles from your house. Otherwise, if you got caught, you'd be fined. So it was sort of apocalyptic almost. It was ridiculous.
Man,
but, families. I know people who couldn't, whose parents passed away in that time, and they couldn't say goodbye to them because they couldn't travel. There were some really, really horrible things that happened through that period. But hopefully, everybody's more experienced with that sort of thing now, and if anything like that happens again, it won't be so dramatic.
Yeah, it wasn't as crazy here. But yeah, my mother-in-law was in an assisted living place, and we could only see her through like the window there for a while.
Yeah.
You couldn't go in, but then yet you could go to Walmart and
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
shop there. You couldn't go to church, but you go to Walmart and get your groceries. It was just it made zero sense at all. But yeah, it was. But you guys, I mean, it was crazy over there. They completely locked you guys down. What's with your Irish ancestry?
Well, with a name like Brendan McMahon, we pronounce it McMahon, but I know it's pronounced McMahon in the US. But yeah, look, I think my great grandfather came out from Ireland, and you know, I sometimes write songs that are somewhat Celtic or somewhat Irish sounding, and I can only put it down to, you know, somewhere back in my genes there is a little bit of that Celtic ancestry, and that comes flooding out at times. So yeah, and we've been over to Ireland a couple of times and seen where the family comes from. So yeah, great place, great vibe, lots of music, which is great.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
Why Australia? Why did they head to Australia?
Oh, I think it's probably, I don't know, to be honest. I think back when Australia was being not discovered, because it had indigenous here for tens of thousands of years, but when I guess the convicts started coming out to Australia, populating Australia, maybe I'm of convict heritage, I don't know. I haven't dug that deep.
They're hiding out.
It could be.
That's why they headed to Australia. Because you have tracks like "On This Fine Occasion." You know, there is sometimes a little Irish, little Celtic feel in your music.
Yeah, and I really enjoy that style of music. And I'm not full-fledged Celtic music, but the 6/8 timing always sort of leans itself into, sounding a little bit like it's Celtic or Gaelic or whatever. So, and they're fun songs to play. And every time you play a song like that in front of an audience, you can almost see them sway. They can't help but to sway from side to side with that 6/8 timing. So it's good fun to play.
Yeah, we went to Ireland a couple of years ago and caught a couple of bands, and yeah, it's a great time no matter what. Listening to some of those Irish bands. It's awesome. Well, let's take a quick break. We'll come back with Brendan. We'll talk about his new album and much, much more with Brendan McMahon right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. We're chatting with Australian singer-songwriter Brendan McMahon. You can go check him out, BrendanMCM.com. He's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify. His latest album, Turn Up the Radio, is out now. Well, when did the shift happen? Was it during COVID when we started getting our home studio? When did we start recording in our own studio?
Good question. I've always had a makeshift studio. And I've grown that to a pretty serious studio now. I've had to recreate it because we're just in the process of moving states. So we were in Victoria, and now we're moving to New South Wales. So I think in about 4 weeks we'll be in the new house, and I'll be able to set up my studio again. But I also record at a studio in Victoria called Soggy Dog Recording, and I've been recording there the whole time I've been recording, basically. And I happened upon them just by looking on the internet and seeing the name Soggy Dog Studio, and that piqued my interest. And I thought, interesting name for a studio. So I went up and had a chat to the owner, a guy called Steve Vertigan, and I just got a good feeling, a good vibe. And I listened to some of the stuff he was doing, and I thought, well, that's kind of the direction I want to go. And the session musicians that he had access to were guys that I knew from the industry, and guys that I thought were really competent and would be easy to work with. So that's how it all comes about. So I record a lot of my own vocal and a lot of my own guitar. Is that a cat's tail?
Yeah, my cat's invaded the interview.
Yeah. So yeah, I record a lot of my own guitars and vocals in my studio, and I wonder what that was. And we do put it all together in Steve's studio at Soggy Dog Recording. So it's a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to the studios.
Yeah, because Soggy Dog, I mean, this has been incredible because it's been the same people, the same studio for every album, right?
Yeah, not the same people, but a lot of the same ones. Look, when I started, the drummer and the bass player have been on all my recordings. A guy called Peter Maslin on drums and Jason Voorher on bass. And then I've had 6 or 7 different guitarists join me in the studio. A few different keyboard players, fiddle players, saxophone players. I've had some members of the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra in doing some songs on I think it was an album 4. They came in and played on the album. So I've had a lot of different musicians, but the core of the bass player and the drummer, and now 2 particular guitarists that have been on the last 4 or 5 albums. I've stuck with them because they have a good feel for what I'm trying to achieve. They're great players, needless to say, and they're really good at brainstorming and working the best out of the songs, and they come up with a lot of ideas. And I encourage them to do that when we're brainstorming the songs when I first take them into the studio. So there's a fair bit of sharing going on with the songs now, the construction of the songs. So it's a really good place to be in.
Yeah, it's working. That's for sure. Now that you're collecting all these awards, does it put any pressure on you? Does it change every time we do an album?
No, look, I don't think so. I set out to write and record what I want to do, and if people enjoy it, that's fantastic. I don't move in particular musical directions. You know, you can, on an album of mine, you can have a blues song followed by a ballad, followed by something that sounds Celtic, followed by a country rock. You know, I go where the song takes me. I don't write to a formula. So the awards are nice, but you know, the reason I'm doing this is because I love doing it. I love writing it. I love creating, and I'll keep doing this as long as I possibly can while the songs are flowing.
Yeah. Well, they're flowing. Turn up the radio. I mean, you just crushed it on this album, listening to it. Yeah, and like you said, you never know what to expect when the next track comes on. Let's Get Crazy. When I was reading about this is like you try to do like Black Dog from Led Zeppelin.
Well, I was just playing around in the studio one day, and I thought I just listened to Led Zeppelin 4. I love Led Zeppelin. And I thought, I was listening to Black Dog, and I thought, you know, I reckon I could turn that into a country song. And it really does work well as a country song, I've got to say. So I started playing it and singing it, and it just, for some reason, I thought, the structure of the song how I'm playing it really lends itself to a new song. So I wrote probably 2/3 of the song in my studio, and then I went to a writers' weekend in a place called Nundle, where we all gather once or twice a year. You know, there's 30 or 40 songwriters. We mix it up with other songwriters, some we know, some we don't know, and just get creative. And I finished the song up there. And when I went into the studio, recorded it rang to me as a duet. And I'd met a wonderful young songwriter from Western Australia a couple of years prior, and I'd heard some of her new music, and I just loved the sound of her voice. And as soon as I decided that Let's Get Crazy was going to be a duet, I got in touch with her and say, hey, can you get into a studio? Can you put down a vocal for me? Because I think this would sound awesome with your voice on it. And I think it really worked well. And she was happy to do it. And we actually got to play it live together for the first time in Tamworth in January. She was in Tamworth and I was in Tamworth. I said, hey, come by. I'm doing a gig at a place called the Press Basement Bar. Come along and we'll play this together. We don't need to rehearse it. We'll just do it. And it was great fun.
Yeah, Tamworth, you were jam-packed this year. What something stand out from this year's performances at Tamworth?
Well, I think I did a small gig at a bar called the Welder's Dog, and I invited a bunch of fellow musos who I'd written with or met in Nundle at the songwriting weekends, and I just said, I had a 2-hour set, and I said, look, come in, play a couple of songs I'd written with them, some of them. I said, jump up on stage with me and we'll do the song we wrote together, and then play another song. And we just sort of cycled through about 4 or 5 different singer-songwriters. And it was just a great vibe. You know, I probably played an hour and a half of the show, and then about 30 minutes I had mates up to play some songs. And the crowd really enjoyed the mix of songwriters and the mix of styles, and you know, getting up unrehearsed on stage and playing songs you'd written together and never played together. It's a little bit daunting, but it's so exciting as well. So that was probably a standout for me.
Yeah, that's awesome. You've received multiple nominations, Josie Music Awards, the International Singer-Songwriters Association. which is nice because do you think all you Australian artists get enough credit, or does people know about you guys enough? Or is it finally starting to happen, Brendan, where people are hearing about all you guys?
Look, it's a big swimming pool we're in.
Yeah.
So it takes a while, just chipping away and chipping away and chipping away. But I think Australian music is getting out there now. I think, we've had the obvious few Aussies that have really made it big in the country music scene. But I think Aussie music is making its place. I think Aussie musicians are starting to be respected as, sounding a little bit different than the US country musicians. I think music from every country is fantastic, and I'm kind of in love with music, so I love to listen to everything I possibly can.
Yeah, because you're getting out all over the place. Any specific country that's kind of shocked you that has taken a liking to your stuff?
Oh, look, I get a lot of airplay all over the world now. It's, the positive of the internet and streaming, I guess. There are some pros and cons for sure. But, I got an email from a guy in, I can't think now, but from the US. He said, "Hey, I'm a big fan. Can you send me some merchandise?" And I said, "Oh, how'd you hear about me?" He said, "Oh, I was just scouring through the internet or on a playlist or something. I heard your song, and then I dived deep into your catalogue, and I just really enjoy your music." So those opportunities are wonderful for musicians, where, prior to the streaming platforms, it was pretty hard to access international markets. So, as I say, there's lots of cons, but there are some pros as well with the way music is listened to these days. So, yeah, so, I just think that's exciting when someone can jump on from Luxembourg. I've got a country radio station in Luxembourg that plays my music, and I would have never thought that would happen. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Go check Brendan out. He's at BrendanMCM.com. He's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify. His latest album, Turn Up the Radio, is out now. His 8th studio album. Well, we got a couple minutes to go here. Head 'em Up. Let's talk about this song, because what is this? Every year on April 25th, Australians gather to mark, what is this, Anzac Day? Explain this, Brendan.
Anzac Day, Australia New Zealand Army Corps. That's what Anzac stands for. And it's a very sentimental day in Australia, where the RSLs, Returned Soldiers League clubs, and all the pubs and hotels, they all commemorate Anzac Day. It's to immortalise the people who fought to protect our way of life in Australia. And you guys do this as well, and you do this very well. So Anzac Day is a very special day. There's lots of dawn services all around the country, where we show respect for the fallen soldiers. And there's a game called Two Up. And I don't know whether you're familiar with Two Up, but basically it's a little flat paddle. You have 2 pennies on the paddle. The spinner stands in the ring. The ringmaster calls him to throw, and you flick the pennies up in the air, spin them as they go through the air, and the idea is to end up with 2 heads when they land on the ground. It's the term "head 'em up." And it's only allowed to be played in pubs for 3 hours once a year on Anzac Day. And the reason Anzac Day is that the diggers, the Anzacs, used to play Two Up in the trenches during the World Wars. So it kind of goes hand in hand. They used to do that to take their mind off what was going on when they got some downtime, and to have a bit of fun. So that's where the Anzac and the Two Up comes from, the "head 'em up" term. So every time you spin, you throw the pennies in the air, the whole crowd yells out, "Head 'em up." So that's the story of it.
Huh. Yeah, is a brand new single. Head 'em Up is out now. You can go to Spotify and check out that and all of Brendan's stuff. I saw a picture on your Facebook page, you and the grandkids. Do the grandkids have any idea what Grandpa's up to?
No. No, they're a bit young. I guess, probably in a few years' time when they understand music more. At the moment, they I don't. Probably the Wiggles. I don't know whether you've even heard of the Wiggles, but the Wiggles are a big Australian band. That they were a rock band probably in the 80s, and they turned their hand to children's music, and they became a sensation. And they sing songs about Dorothy the dinosaur and a big red car and hot potatoes and all sorts of stuff that kids just love. So I don't think the grandkids are ready for my music yet. I think it's a few years off.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting when they find out what you're up to. Studio Album 9 is coming this year. Go check him out. Brendan McMahon, Turn Up the Radio is out now. Well, Brendan, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much, Jeff. It's been fun to be on.
Yes, Brendan McMahon. It's the top of the hour. It's time for news. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The body of Cody resident Sean Ezekiel Hughes, who had been missing since Easter, was found on Thursday afternoon in a parked car at Yellowstone Regional Airport. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that his sister says the family is in shock.
Sean Hughes was found at the Yellowstone Regional Airport. Now, this is where he was also last seen on Easter. And it's thought now that he actually did not duck off surveillance footage as they thought and headed out of the parking lot, but instead got into an unlocked vehicle. So he's found actually in a vehicle on the parking lot. Police had earlier searched the parking lot going up and down the roads looking into vehicles, but did not see him at the time. At present, his cause of death is still under investigation with an autopsy scheduled for Friday. However, there is no suggestion of foul play or self-harm. His family in Charlotte, North Carolina are just absolutely devastated by this news.
The 36-year-old was last spotted on video surveillance at the airport on April 5th. Casper State Representative Steve Harshman, the longest-serving Wyoming House member, is running for State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the lifelong teacher and coach says the bottom line is he loves Wyoming schools.
Big change for Steve Harshman coming up on 24 years in the Wyoming House of Representatives. He's running for Superintendent of Public Instruction, the top public education official in Wyoming, and also a key figure on the fate of state lands and loans and other things like that. And this is a big move for him because it means he can't run for House. After nearly 24 years, he's either done or interrupted in that tenure one way or another, whether he wins or loses. He's also going up against his fellow representative, Tom Kelly, a pretty staunch conservative, and Chad Auer, who was a policy advisor to Governor Mark Gordon before hitting the road to campaign.
The 62-year-old Harshman was born in Wyoming, raised in the small Natrona County town of Midwest, and has taught and coached for decades in the state's public school system. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former House Speaker Albert Summers is running to win back his Sublette County House District 20 seat. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Summers says the legislature needs, quote, less political theater.
He rose to the top post you can attain in the House Speaker in 2023, 2024. Tradition holds, now it's not perfect, not everyone does this, but tradition holds that you seek Senate or higher office after that, and he did. He ran for his Senate seat and lost to Laura Pearson, a newbie. And so now, after the 2-year hiatus, he's running again for his old House seat against perennial candidate Bill Winnie, who is also a fixture as a person testifying at legislative hearings.
The former House Speaker from Pinedale made the announcement on Thursday, hours after the seat's incumbent representative, Mike Schmid of LaBarge, announced he won't run this year. A suspicious package left near Gate 1 at F.E. Warren Air Force Base on Thursday prompted an evacuation of nearby homes and the Wyoming state capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one man who left his house couldn't return for hours because of police presence.
There were emergency vehicles all over the place, lights, people just kind of hanging around to see what's going on. And I noticed a guy just kind of standing on the corner. He was wearing his shorts, he was wearing a sweatshirt, his sneakers. He's one of the people who were evacuated from the area. The only problem is he didn't know at the time he was being evacuated. He went out for his morning walked down the street, walked around the park, and when he came back, everything was there. It was blocked off. They wouldn't let him back to his house. He waited for several hours, but he took it in stride.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Welcome back. Hour 2 right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. CowboyStateDaily.com. You can stream us on YouTube, Facebook, X, right there at CowboyStateDaily.com. Also, join the program. Send me a text, 307-620-8866, or you can chat with us right there in the YouTube chat room. Hello, everybody. Robbie was in there. But she's also in the Zoom room. Let's head to Robbie, if I can find my notes here. Robbie Hart, she's an award-winning Canadian country artist recognized for her uplifting messages, authentic storytelling, and emotionally resonant performances. Robbie's going to release her brand new single, Out of Time, on April 21st. It's a feel-good country anthem about taking chances and pursuing your dreams, and that is exactly what she is doing. We're excited to have Robbie Hart back on the show. Good morning, Robbie.
Good morning, Jeff. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, well, big week for you. Happy belated birthday. How'd it go?
Thank you. It was great. It was such a beautiful day, and it just was better than I could have hoped for, you know, between the family and friends, everybody really reaching out, all the messages on Facebook and Instagram. It's just so beautiful. So thank you so much.
Yeah. And now you got a single coming out. I don't know if that was timing or it just happened this way or was that planned?
You know, it wasn't it wasn't planned. It was more timing. You know, sometimes when we have music coming out, there's things that we have to wait for to happen in order for us to be able to release it out to the public. Sometimes the distribution takes a little bit longer than we anticipate. I was actually hoping to release it a little sooner, but I thought that it would take a little bit longer to set up with the distribution. So I felt it would be safer to put it out a little bit later to be able to really tell people when it would be out and give them enough time to know that it would be out.
Yeah. Well, Robbie is an inspiration. She's got an amazing story. We've talked about it before, but we just got to touch on it because for people that aren't familiar with you, Robbie, I mean, your story is defined by overcoming a major injury like 14 years ago, which was
actually it's now 17 years ago.
Is it 17 years ago?
Yeah, I can't even believe it.
Holy cow! Well, like a week ago, you said you were feeling better. So that's good. But this temporarily, you never thought you would be back here. You never thought you'd be singing again.
Never. So just to fill in the blanks for people who are new to me or my story, I was injured about 17 and a half years ago. I had a severe spine injury. And as a result of severe chronic pain and the injury and everything I was going through, not only was I in excruciating chronic pain, but I lost my ability to sing. Along with doing everything else I love doing, working, doing my activities. And it really just sucked the wind out of me. And it was a really difficult time for many, many years. And after surgeries and interventions and everything, I had very, very little relief. And this went on for a very, very long time. And about 7 or 8 years in, my daughter was growing up alongside of me while I was having this experience. And I realized that my daughter only ever knew me on the couch, crumpled up and just barely existing. And although I was there and I was part of the family, I wasn't living my best life. I wasn't who I used to be. And it hurt me so bad to think that that's all she would ever think that I was or could do. I was fierce before. I was unstoppable. I did so many amazing things. And it just broke my heart for her to think that the only way she associated me was with being in pain on the couch and not living my best life. So at that moment, I decided to go out there and pursue my dream to sing, no matter how difficult, because I wanted to teach her firsthand that when life gets hard, you keep on going. When we fall down or have setbacks, we dust ourselves off and we keep on going. And I knew it was going to be challenging to get back out there. I couldn't move my mouth to the music. I couldn't take in breaths to sing. It hurt. Just breathing and taking in air was very painful. So I had to learn how to do all of that and be able to sing and do everything. But you know what? It has by far been the most incredible experience. I never thought that I would be doing what I'm doing now. Like if I went back and thought like 10 years ago, you're going to be on stage, going to all these different countries, performing your original music, I would straight up laugh in your face and say, no, there's no way. There's no way. And music has proven to be not only the most incredible healer, it's been the best uniter. It's brought me together with so many incredible people that I never imagined I would have the privilege of knowing, people's stories I get to hear, the fans I get to connect with. It's just been an incredible experience. And I feel like it's truly helped heal me from inside out. And just to answer that question, I am feeling better. I'm not perfect by any means, but I'm much better than I was. I have no idea what's caused this shift in my pain levels, but I have gone from a suffocating pain to a manageable pain. And although I still have the pain, I'm able to do more things. And now that I have the ability to do more, I want to get out more and do all of the things I haven't been able to do for all these years, including meeting so many more of you.
Yeah. Well, and then she records an EP, Eye of the Storm, which comes out in 2020. And we all know what happens in 2020. COVID. Because you're finally back at it, Robbie, and then COVID hits. What's going through your mind?
It was so funny because I shouldn't say funny. It was more ironic. You know what people experienced during COVID, like the sadness, the isolation, the being shut in. I experienced that since my injury, right? All those years before. So I already had a preview of this. The only difference here is now I found my medium to connect with people. I found my voice and I was finding my footing. So I was not in the same frame of mind that I was before. So although we were all pretty much shut in at home and isolated to some extent, I was able to connect with people through music and through chat rooms like your chat room and your fans and your listeners. And all of that made it feel like we weren't alone. We were going through things together and we were sharing music across the world, thanks to stations like your stations and your shows.
Yeah. We had an internet radio station for years. I had one for like a decade. I think it was around then. When did we start becoming friends, Robbie? I think it was close to
December
around then.
2020.
She even knows the day.
I remember it was like right at the beginning of COVID. I just released my EP. You were one of my first interviews, and I was blown away with your interview questions because it was so funny and it was so amazing. And I was like, wow, I really like this guy. He's so funny. Like, I think you asked me about my air fryer because I had posted on Facebook that I got an air fryer, and you asked me about it. I'll never forget. It was like the best interview because I was like not expecting that question.
Yeah, I threw her for a loop. Well, that's because, I mean, all you independent artists, when you guys do a million interviews, and 99% of the time, the interviewer has no clue who you guys are or knows nothing about you. So when somebody actually knows something about you, it's amazing because you're not ready for it.
You're absolutely correct. And I have to tell anybody who's out there listening that may ever be fortunate enough to be a guest on your show, Jeff does a deep dive. He will go and he will learn about you. He won't just like scan about you. He will learn about you, what drives you. And it's actually such a beautiful honor because for somebody to take their time to really get to know the artist in front of them, I think it's so beautiful. I think it's so nice that you see beyond the music or beyond the album cover and you really go deeper and really paint a picture of the whole artist, which is so beautiful.
Yeah. You can go check out Robbie. She's at RobbieHart.com. It's HARTE. She's on Facebook, X, YouTube, Spotify. Her latest single, Out of Time, comes out on April 21st. Well, and we've had so many food discussions over the years. What's going on right now, Robbie, with your diet?
Pretty much the same. So for listeners who don't know what Jeff is referring to, I don't eat gluten or eggs. I'm allergic to gluten and eggs, and I'm sometimes on or off dairy, but I try to do what's best for me, but I'm very strict on the no gluten, no eggs because I'm allergic, but I try to just eat healthy. I do try to limit my salty snacks, which, I love. I'm a big fan of the salty snack, but, especially going on tour and performing a lot, it's not great for the vocals. So,
yeah.
But I love food. Food is like my second favorite topic after music. So,
yeah, it's funny all the food talks we've had over the years. Even when I started my diet, Robbie was very instrumental. She'd give me all these tips and different things I could do. And I still tell people that. My he's trying to lose weight. And I'm like, well, cut up some fruit and vegetables, put them in your fridge. So when you go there to snack on something, you eat that instead of eating chips and all the other junk that's
100%. But while we're on the topic of food, I do have a public service announcement. So I was trying to eat healthy starting the new year, and I started eating really good foods, like really good foods that you hear about the nutritionists and everything talk about. And I noticed that I started gaining like a lot of weight, and I was like, I don't understand. I'm eating really healthy. So when I went back to the doctor, I said, I don't understand. I'm eating healthy and I'm gaining weight. She's like, because the food that you're eating is so healthy, it's extremely nutrient heavy, and calorie heavy. So I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize it. So if you're planning on getting healthy by eating granola, quinoa, and all those things, just keep in mind they're high in calories. So if you're trying to not, don't confuse eating healthy with eating, diet. It's not the same.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Found that out the hard way. Yeah, it was funny. I was like, wait, okay, I get it now.
It's so good for you that you're gaining weight because of it.
Yeah.
I love your music, Robbie, because I love music that has emotion. And your stuff is so emotional. Is it? I mean, and also your music is so much from the heart. I mean, is the combination of both that makes it so emotional? Is it just your feelings? How is it when you write a song?
Thank you for saying that, first of all. It really means a lot to me that comes through when you hear my music. Everything I write is deeply personal to me and comes from my soul. Everything I sing, I feel. That's specifically why I try not to cover songs that I don't like or words that I don't mean, because I mean what I sing, and I try very hard to have that conveyed in my performance. And I don't try to do anything specific. It comes from my soul and my feelings. And I'm a very emotional person, and I've been called an emotive storyteller for that reason. But this particular song is a little bit different. You know, it's not really about me, even though I can identify with parts of the song. It really wasn't about me. It's about everybody else who's out there who isn't living their dream. And although it's not about me, I feel it for them. And I wanted to write this song to put out a call to action for anybody who's waiting to go and take that first step.
Well, and I was listening to another interview that you had, and it was funny. You were talking about when you write a song, even your producer, Matt, has to kind of like rein you in because you'll write 4 pages of lyrics for a song.
If he's lucky, there's just 4 pages. I just have all these lyrics and I have all these ideas and I have alternate versions and alternate lines. And I'm like, if I change this line, then this will, you know, and I'm like, I have to like snack it down to like 2 lines. It's very, very hard. I just feel like I have so much to say. And I feel like there's so many things I want to add to the story, but I'm not going to do a 12-minute song right now. So it's not a radio-friendly 12-minute song. But I think, too, trying to really fine-tune the best way to say the message is part of the art of songwriting.
Yeah, because how do we know when it's done? Because My Mama's Daughter, that song did like a whole different evolution. How do we know finally, okay, this is it?
You know, it's amazing when I find peace. When I come to peace and I'm settled, I know it's it. Sometimes I'll flip and flop back and forth and I'll be like, I don't know, should I leave this or should I change it to that? And then when I flip and flop and I'm undecided, I know I have an unsettled feeling. But when I come to the part of the version of the song where I know it's the right delivery, I come to like peace and I have a very settled feeling and I feel very calm about it. I know it sounds funny, but it's one of those situations because all of the things I write about are so personal to me. Getting the words out and having them conveyed in the best way. When they're finally out, I feel like this relief and this calm. You know, My Mama's Daughter, I'm not lying. When I started writing that song, I mean, you know me, I'm pretty real. I was really upset when I started writing that song. I mean, I was crying. I was lamenting. I was feeling sorry for myself, which I don't do a lot of the time. But I was like so frustrated. I was like, all this stuff I've done with my life and I'm always going to be known as looking like my father. And I was crying about it. And I was like, wait, that's not me. I'm like, wait a second. What happened to Robbie? Like, that's not me. Right. So doing the pivot was so important for me because it reminded me my perspective. And the perspective is, yes, I might have these traits, but I am like my mom.
Yeah. Because if people don't know, because somebody told you that you had your father's eyes.
Yes.
And was your dad not around, or what's your relation? I mean, how was your relationship with him?
How can I say this politely? We had a very estranged and difficult relationship for very many years, and then he ultimately passed away. And I had never seen him for like very, very many years, and then he passed away. We had a very difficult and complicated relationship, and I've written songs about it. You Don't Belong Here is one of them. So you can get the feeling where that came from, the pain that came from the relationship. When I was told, so like just to also clue in the listeners that are listening right now. So the premise of the song, or the what inspired the song My Mama's Daughter, is I never really liked the way that I looked, and I would always go out of my way to not look at myself in the mirror just because I didn't just not like the way I looked. I would look at myself and get like taken aback. And I never kind of understood why, but I always thought like girls don't like the way they look. That's why there's makeup and contouring and all these things. And I just kind of never thought too much into it. And then almost about 2 years ago now, somebody had said to me, oh my gosh, you have the striking resemblance to your father and you have his eyes. And that's when it like really gut punched me that the reason I didn't like the way that I looked was because when I looked in the mirror, I didn't see me. I saw my father looking back at me. And because it was such a painful and difficult relationship, I think subconsciously I must have known it when I would look in the mirror, but I didn't consciously realize it. just made me feel very, very ill. It made me feel bad. It made me feel sick. And then, like I said, I went home and I cried and I cried and I cried. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? There's nothing I can do to change the way that I look. I mean, I'm always just going to look like this. I can't, And then I realized I'm so much more than resembling him in physical traits. I am the person my mama raised. I am her daughter. She raised a fighter. She raised somebody to stand tall and to get up when she has troubles. And she raised somebody with the good spirit and the heart, and all of those incredible things that she made me are so much more important and more impactful than just inheriting my father's eyes. So I went and I wrote the song, My Mama's Daughter. And doing the transition from the one song to the next really helps me heal. Because the first song I wrote, I mean, yes, it was frustration, it was emotion, I was crying, I look like my father, and it was horrible, and I got it out of my system, and then I said, okay, but, I'm not a complainer, I'm not somebody who sulks. So I said, okay, now I got it out, now what do? We still have to talk about this, because it was still bothering me. I still have to do something with this. And I said, if I'm going to cry about looking like my father, I'm going to shout off a rooftop that my mom raised me this way. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
And the transition between the two was so healing.
Yeah, My Mama's Daughter. You can go check it out on Spotify, stream all of her stuff. Go to RobbieHart.com and
Thank
check her
you.
out. Facebook, X, YouTube, Spotify. Her latest single, Out of Time, comes out this week or next week, since it's only Saturday. We'll chat about that and more with Robbie Hart. Don't go anywhere. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. Let's see, let's check the text line. Nothing in there yet. Also, you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, X, or right there at CowboyStateDaily.com. Let's head back to the Zoom room. Award-winning singer-songwriter Robbie Hart joins us in the Zoom room. Out of Time, her brand new single, comes out on Tuesday. We were just talking about some of her other personal songs. I mean, you lay it all out there. I mean, your heart is on your sleeve, Robbie, literally. Has there ever been anything where you've been like, this is too personal? I can't share this?
Definitely. And somehow I still shared it. I can think of quite a few songs, you know, they're all coming back to me right now. You Don't Belong Here, Reason to Rise, I Fell So Low. You know, I was broken and battered, you know, talking about being down, talking about real things and circumstances. But music is such an incredible thing that when we put our thoughts and our soul out there for the listener, it heals us and it helps them. And although sometimes I might regret being a little too honest, I know that these songs have helped other people, and it really does help me.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, you've had to hear from people that you've inspired.
Definitely. I can remember the first time you played Outside My Window. I was like, not flooded, but flooded with messages from your show and from other stations. People couldn't believe that I would put that song out there, because I guess conventional radio and radios and songs like don't talk about those types of situations. And I put those feelings into a song because it really, really impacted me. And I felt like it needed to be spoken about, even though it wasn't ideal for the radio. I felt like there had to be a discussion about it, and people needed to put something in the dark in the light, because not enough people talk about mental health struggles and issues like that. And even though it was very hard to put into words and to share, it was so important because it opened dialogue, not just for myself, but with other people.
Yeah. I mean, you played at a festival. There was a guy there that was playing the guitar with his feet. I mean, people have limitations. I mean, people that are out there that have physical limitations, they think it's a closed door. I mean, that's not the case. Yeah, I mean, you're telling them, Robbie, do it.
Yes. You know, we have this one life, we have this one time, and so many of us hesitate to take that first step when all is going well, because we don't believe in ourselves, or we don't think we can do it, or we talk ourselves out of it. But the truth of the matter is, so many of us wait for something terrible to happen, and then we pursue our dream. I mean, you would think logistically it would be so much easier to do it when we have everything going for us, right? But, you know, I hear so many stories when I'm out traveling, people who've had severe illnesses, brain surgeries, brain tumors, loss of limbs, and then they go and pursue these dreams, and they do it with all their heart, which is incredible. But it would also be amazing to see people take a chance on themselves while they have everything going for them, while they could enjoy it, when they don't have to go through those hardships first in order to go and pursue their dreams. And you're right, limitations, a lot of the times we see a situation, we say, I can't do that. I have a disability, I can't do that. Or I don't have this, so I can't follow my dreams. We create the scenario we want. You know, I remember when I was first getting out there in music, I was like, I'm going to get left off the stage. And here I was wobbling with a cane. I was holding onto curtains so I didn't fall. Like if I was getting on the stage, I had to hold onto the curtain or someone or something and like hold my hand along the wall so that I didn't kind of like fall over. And I was sure that people were going to laugh at me. I was sure people were going to say, go home, old lady, go home. You're broken, go home. Because, you know, the climate of music is young, healthy, in shape people, right?
Yeah.
I didn't think that I had a place, and I was proven wrong time and time and time again. And I was proven not only did I have a place, people were coming to see me because of what I was offering, and I was different, and I was a lot like them. And they identified with me and where I was in my life. The other thing I will say is, you're speaking with your previous guest, by the way, who I am a huge fan of his music, your previous guest, you were talking about the ISSA Awards. So I remember when I went to the ISSA Awards for the first time, and I was nominated for several awards, and they called my name, and I was terrified. And I wasn't terrified because I won the award. I was terrified because at the time I could barely walk properly. I was walking with a cane. I had a dress that had a train like in the back. I had to walk up the stairs. And as I got to the top of the stairs, and I only had one free hand, I was handed a box and another award. And I couldn't hold on to anything because, of course, I'm holding a cane. I'm barely standing up and I'm trying not to fall over, and I'm wearing like bigger shoes than I normally wear. And one of the artists that was sitting in the front row ran up the stairs and grabbed the stuff for me and gently took my arm and accompanied me onto the stage so I can give my speech and then down from the stairs, which I was like, wow. Okay, see, in my head before all of this took place, for years, I thought I could never be an artist because I would never be able to do these things. Well, I was proven wrong. I could do those things because there's people out there that once you put yourself out there and you take those steps, you would be surprised the people that will come out and help you, the people that will support you, and everything will fall into place, But those things used to stop me. I was like, how am I going to hold a microphone on stage? How am I going to play guitar on stage? Is there going to be something for me to sit on? Is there going to be a way for me to if I had to sing the national anthem, because, it's not proper to do it sitting, but if I'm standing, I need to hold on to something so I don't fall over. So it's all these things that you think about in your head when you're trying to tell yourself you can't do something. But in the end of the day, you just go out and do it and everything will fall into place. There'll be a chair to sit on. Somebody will hold your arm. Somebody will bring you a stool. Somebody will help you down the stairs. You just go out there and do it. And people will welcome you. They will celebrate you. And you will inspire more people than you can possibly ever imagine.
Yeah, she's an inspiration. And the ISA, the International Singer-Songwriters, just a great community. Everybody supports everybody. There's not, there's no competition. We're not out to get everybody or not out to get you, which is awesome. But Robbie, which was so great a few years ago, she couldn't find a guitarist. She's in pain. She's suffering. She says, I don't care. I'm going to learn guitar. I mean, you taught yourself how to play guitar while you could hardly move, Robbie.
Yes. So it's actually really funny because as an independent artist, I'm being asked to go to all these places all around the world and get invited to play at award shows or at concerts. And I could never find somebody to come and play guitar for me. It was so hard to find somebody. And so I was like, well, the last person that I had that was provided for me, let's just say, didn't really do me any favors. And I figured, well, if that's what it's going to sound like, I mean, I can sound like that too, right? I can do that, right? Because I was like, I can just play for myself. And I mean, what's the worst that it can sound like, right? So I started taking a few lessons at the very beginning and I started learning some of the basics. But because I had to learn so much in such a short time, I literally just immersed myself and I just started teaching myself all these things that I had to learn and playing and playing and playing more and getting out there and playing at shows and playing at showcases. And it gave me a sense of independence and it gave me a sense of mobility. Like I can go anywhere. Somebody says, hey, we want you to come do a radio interview and sing a few songs, in Timbuktu. I can go and bring my guitar and go and do it. Whereas before I had to find somebody and rely on somebody. And it was a little bit more difficult because not everybody has the ability to travel and not everybody has the time to travel. So even if you find somebody, it doesn't mean that your schedules are going to be compatible when you need them to be available. So it really did give me a sense of independence. And it also gave me a sense of accomplishment because it's another thing I thought I could never do. And yes, it really was difficult pain-wise. But then after I had my car accident, I couldn't move my fingers and I couldn't move my arm. I couldn't bend my elbow. So it was so hard. But I was like, nope, we're going to keep doing this. We have to. Like, I had to keep doing it. So I'm very proud of myself. I'm not as great of a guitar player as I'd like to be. And that's a work in progress. But I'm proud to be able to just do what I'm doing. And I'm very grateful.
Yeah, go and check her out. Robbie Hart. She's at RobbieHart.com. She's on Facebook, X, YouTube, Spotify. Listen to all of her stuff. Out of Time, her latest single, comes out on Tuesday. Well, looking at your Spotify numbers, Heart in Two Places is your most listened to song. I mean, that's got to kind of feel cool since you're from Canada and New York, and that's what the song's about. Tell us about the song, Robbie.
Heart in Two Places. Wow, that song really does have my heart. It tugs at my heartstrings for sure. And I'm so glad people love that song. So the song was inspired because I have my family in Canada. I'm from Canada, born and raised. My whole family, my whole life was in Canada. I moved to New York to get married several years ago and started my life here. And even though I'm here in New York and my life is here, my heart is split in two places, right? It's half here and half of it is in Montreal. And every time I go home, I'm welcomed with this loving feeling like I've never left a home. And it's my place. And then when I come back here, I have another set of loving arms where I'm growing something new. And it's just amazing. It's just a great opportunity to have two places to call home. But no matter how far I go from home, you know, my roots are Canadian. I'm from Montreal, and I still cheer for the Habs. So go Habs, go!
Well, you just did your first live French interview. How did that go?
Oh my gosh. So it's so funny because I'm from Quebec. I'm from Montreal. I grew up fully bilingual my whole life. And then I moved to New York and I don't really speak French except for when I go home and I order fries and I order a few things here and there. But I don't speak in the big business context or interviews in French. And I reached out to a station with my song and I sent them my music, and the DJ responds to me, he says, "Do you speak French?" And I said, "Yes." And he's like, "You want to come on air and be on an interview?" And I'm thinking about this song that I'm just about to release, telling everybody else to go take chances and get out of their comfort zones and to take that leap. And I'm going, well, I can't say no because here I'm telling everybody else to do it. I can't do that, right? So I was like, yes, I'll take the interview in French. So I did the interview in French, and I was a little bit nervous. I don't usually get nervous for interviews. I love chatting with people. But it was just like the context of the vocabulary of music that was a little bit different, but it was amazing. And the host was so very nice. And he's like, "Oh my God, you did amazing. Don't worry, you're great." And I got new French listeners, which was amazing because that's my hometown, right? That was my hometown radio station and it's my hometown listeners. So to be able to to connect with them was absolutely amazing. And I have another French interview tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it continues. So that's good. Now that you've brushed up on your French, that's all you're going to do is French interviews from here on.
No, I love to speak with everybody. I mean, I do speak other languages too. I'll have to brush up on my Spanish.
Hey, if you can get fans, whatever it takes.
You know, sometimes it's not, I mean, yes, getting fans is wonderful, but moreover, it's getting the message out. You know, you never know who's listening. And sometimes they hear you say something that resonates with them and they say, "Wow, that really helped me," or "Wow, I'm going to go check out that song because it sounds like something that would really I could identify with." And it's more than just the fans. It's really sharing the message and sharing the positivity with whoever needs it out there.
Yeah, Robbie Hart. Go check her out, RobbieHart.com. Her latest single, Out of Time, comes out on Tuesday. This is a little different. Usually you write deeply personal songs. I mean, you kind of mentioned it earlier. This one is, you can kind of relate to it, but this is for everyone else. This is a little different. Tell us about the new one, Robbie.
Thank you so much for asking. I am thrilled to put out this song and to share this song with the world. Yes, there are sprinkles of me in the song. Yes, I was once not living my best life. And yes, I was one of those people who had a million reasons not to go out there and chase my dreams. But the song isn't about me because I'm living my dream. I'm doing what I love. This song is for every single person who's out there who has a dream that they're not pursuing for one reason or another. It could be a perceived limitation. Like you said earlier, maybe they have a physical situation they don't think they can overcome, or maybe they're just not ready to take a chance on themselves. This song is, I hope it inspires them to take that leap from where they currently are towards where they want to be. Go out there and get out of their comfort zone, take a chance on themselves, and get ready to live their best lives.
Yeah. Out of time. We're almost out of time, but Robbie's going to be performing in Ottawa at the Rise Up Music Festival, and then you're playing another gig the same day.
Yes, in another province, in Quebec, in my home province of Quebec.
How far is this away? Because, I mean, it's like 8 hours difference on your two show times.
Yes. So fortunately, although they're in two different provinces, they're about 35, 40 minutes away. So one's at noon, one's at 8 p.m. So I have time in between. I get to enjoy both of the venues and meet all of the fans at both of the events. So I'm very, very excited about that. I'm opening for Deep Fried and Country Fried on Saturday night at the Black Sheep Inn, and I'm very excited to be there. It's in my home province of Quebec, in Wakefield, Quebec. I'm so excited to be there, and it's just surreal to me that I get to be in two provinces on the same day and play for two crowds. And then the following day, we're going to be playing in Woodstock.
Yeah, and then the next day she's playing in Woodstock, New York on May 3rd, and then she's returning to the Montauk Music Festival in New York, May 15th through 17th. The schedule's not out yet, but she's going to be performing there.
I have a tentative schedule. I'm playing 7 shows.
7 shows?
7 shows at the Montauk Music Festival. So if you guys are near New York or not too far, come on out to the Montauk Music Festival. It's a great time. You will love the vibe, the energy, and the beach air is amazing. The ocean air is amazing. And it's such a great vibe. We're going to be doing 7 shows. Matt will be accompanying me on all of these upcoming shows. So we're going to have a great time. It's going to be a great show. And I would love to meet you all.
Wow. I mean, a couple of years ago, you were struggling doing 30 minutes. Now you're doing 7 shows in 2 days, Robbie.
It's 7 shows in 3 days. And yes, I'm definitely feeling better. So I'm pushing myself more. I'm definitely getting out of my own way. I'm definitely getting out of my own comfort zone for sure. I cannot wait to announce the schedule for the shows for the Montauk Music Festival because they're great venues. I'm very excited. I hope I have more shows to announce in the very near future, but I'm going to be waiting till I announce them for just a little bit. And I'm always looking to come out and see more fans and more people. I love connecting with my fans and the audience, and I love meeting people and hearing their stories, and I love sharing my music and my message.
Yeah. She has the power of positivity. It's Robbie Hart. She's an inspiration to all of us. Robbie, thanks so much for coming on. Out of Time comes out on Tuesday. Go and follow her. Check her out, RobbieHart.com. Robbie, have a great day.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to all your listeners.
Yeah, we'll be right back after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. You can stream us on YouTube, Facebook, X, or right there at cowboystatedaily.com. Big thanks to Robbie Hart for coming on the show this morning. Go and check her out, RobbieHart.com. It's Harte. Her brand new single, Out of Time, comes out on Tuesday. It's an awesome track. And go check out the rest of her stuff on Spotify. We could have chatted with Robbie for another 15 minutes. We probably should have. Instead of just me rambling for 15 minutes. But give me a call. Join the program, 307-620-8866. Let's check the text line. Nobody out there yet. Is the phones working? That's going to be the big question. Let's test them out here. 620-8866. It's that easy. You know. Yes, it's working. It's working. Call me. Let me know what you're up to. Let me know what you thought of the Robbie Hart interview or Brendan McMahon before that. Steven sent me a message saying, interesting timing with the scheduling. Robbie Hart's a fan of Brendan's music and was interested in interviewing him herself when she had her own podcast. And then they end up on my show back to back. You never know. You never know what happens on here, but two awesome independent artists that are just crushing it. Brendan McMahon and also Robbie Hart. Well, it all started on Thursday. The Fish residency at the Sphere in Vegas. 9-show run over the next 3 weekends. I think it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday every week. But, the Fish can't get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but they sold out 9 shows at the Sphere in like 10 minutes. But that's another rant. This is the second go-around for Fish at the Sphere. I watched the first night, Thursday. I pretty much caught the whole show. They're starting at 8 o'clock Vegas time, which is 9 o'clock my time. The first night, I don't think they got done till about 12:30 our time. So they played for, 3.5 hours? They have a set break that's like 20 minutes or so. So about 3 hours on night one. Last night, I caught the first set and the beginning of the second set before I was like, I need to go to bed. But the Sphere, if you've never watched a show or heard a show there, the sound is just incredible. It's amazing how great the bands sound there. And it's also so weird. I'm a huge Fish fan. And I've watched, I don't know how many Fish shows over the years. Since COVID, they stream all their shows. I've seen probably 90% of them in the last 7 or 8 years. So it's been hundreds of shows that I've watched. And usually the camera's on the band. But the shows at the Sphere, the camera's on the screen. You know, no one even cares about the band. On Thursday night, I don't think they showed the band for probably the first 3 songs until they finally showed a picture of Trey, the lead singer, on the screen. I was like, nobody even cares about the band at the Sphere. You're just there to play music and along with the visuals. Thursday night, because the sound is so great, it probably hurt the band a little bit because Trey, he sounded a little rough on Thursday. I don't know if it's because of rehearsals. The guy never takes a break. I think he was out on an acoustic run or he's getting ready to do another acoustic run. But last night, he sounded better. A lot better last night. But yeah, it's crazy how things change just by the venue. The Sphere is the main event when you're at the Sphere. It's not the band. It's the venue. And last night, I really thought that Fish, they're, a jam band. They're a lot into improv. You never know where the songs are going to go. But last night, they really kept to the script of like the original song. And I think that's, because they got to keep the visuals. They've got the visuals for the songs, so you got to kind of keep the song so that the visuals don't run out or, keep it on track with what the visuals are doing. So they were playing a lot of songs that were like the studio version, which you don't hear a lot. So that's kind of a little different twist to the Sphere shows as well. And Phish is so amazing. They've been around for so long. They have so much music, such a vast catalog, that the entire 9 shows, every show is going to be different. They won't repeat a song in the 9 shows. They did a run at Madison Square Garden a few years back, the Baker's Dozen, which they did 13 shows, and they didn't repeat anything. So 9 shows is like, it's nothing. We can do 9 shows without repeating a song. Because my buddy, a listener of the show, Green, he's going in 2 weekends. He's going the last weekend. And he was like, well, maybe I shouldn't be watching these shows because I don't want to spoil anything. But then he said, well, every show is going to be different. They won't repeat anything, so you might as well watch. And even last night he said, I can't believe that I'm going to be at the Sphere here in a couple weeks because the place is so awesome. So yeah, I told him when he goes, he's going to have to come on the show afterwards to tell us about it. Oh, you can see Chunk laying on the ground here on my camera. My camera's still, I don't know what's with this camera. And then it freezes. Oh, that's a good look for me. But yeah, my first Phish concert live was at Red Rocks back in 1995. I became a Phish fan in my freshman year at college. The guy that lived next door to me, I was at 929 McIntyre Hall at the University of Wyoming. His name was John Beckett? What was his name? It's a very familiar name because whenever I tried to look him up, I can't find him because there's 8 million of the guys with the same name. But he was from Vermont, and he was a Phish fan because Phish is from Vermont. And so he turned me on to him, and I've been listening ever since for the last 31 years. Crazy. I think I've seen him 11 times. Green's seen him, I don't know how many times. Over 30 or 40. He's been to every show in Denver at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. I think every one except 1 year. I think he missed out. But, yeah, crazy. We got about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Coming up next hour, we're going to have new Sheridan Activities Director Kyle Warnicki on the show. He just got announced this week as he's going to be taking over for Casey Garnhart on July 1st. Casey is leaving. His wife got a job down in Laramie, so he is moving to Laramie. So Kyle, who's been a longtime coach, he's been a teacher at Highland Elementary, I think for over 20 years. So yeah, we're going to be chatting with Kyle coming up after the news. There was an article that I saw from a local news organization here that they said building permits in Sheridan exceed COVID-19 era levels. That's crazy. Because during COVID, Sheridan blew up. And now, 6 years later, we're still blowing up. We're still growing. Growth in the area. Now we have to figure out what to do with water. I saw that they're talking about using Lake DeSmet as a water to supply for Sheridan. Which I don't know about that. Yeah, collaborate with the city of Sheridan to update the Sheridan Joint Planning Area Land Use Plan. Cheyenne was in the news a couple weeks ago. We talked about it when I was filling in for Jake about how they were annexing and growing the city of Cheyenne bigger. And the Wild Fresh Farm was stuck right in the middle between being annexed and not being annexed. They still wanted to be county, and the city's trying to make them become the city. I think we're seeing some of that here in Sheridan. I don't know what the reason is for growth. I mean, Sheridan's a great area. We've got the mountains, great community, great schools. But yeah, I don't see how anybody in their 20s can move here because housing is insanity. I did a quote the other day. I sell insurance during the day for a house in Ranchester, a 1,200 square foot house. I think it was $340,000. That's like $280 a square foot, which Robbie, if she's still listening in Long Island, that's nothing. But that's crazy for here. And I think with the growth and supply and demand, it's only going to get worse. But yeah. So now, city planners, county commissioners, they've got to take all this into factor. Their job gets a little harder. Is trying to keep pace with everybody heading to Sheridan County. But yeah. We'll see how it goes. I mean, just over here, my brother just built a house in the last year. And where he built his house, I think there's like 10 or 12. And then literally 2 blocks away, they've probably built 75 to 100 houses in the last year. It's been crazy. I would like to know what the median price of housing in Sheridan County has went from 2000 to today. It's had to have doubled. We'll see if we can find that out. Yes, Kyle Warnicki will be joining us after the news. It's the top of the hour. It's time for news. It's CowboyStateDaily.com.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wheatland woman accused of trying to hire a friend to kill her husband out of fear he would take their 3 children pleaded not guilty on Thursday in district court. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that authorities say Molly Hamby asked a friend to make her husband, quote, disappear.
28-year-old Molly Hamby is facing life in prison. She was formally charged on Thursday with solicitation to commit murder in the first degree and solicitation of forgery. She pled not guilty by reason of mental illness. Hamby's public defender asked that the judge lower bond from $50,000 to $5,000 cash. The judge rejected that proposal.
Hamby is charged with 2 felonies, solicitation of first-degree murder, punishable by up to life in prison, and solicitation to commit forgery, which carries a penalty of up to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Governor Mark Gordon announced he will not seek a 3rd term in office. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming law limits the governor to 2 terms, but Wyoming Supreme Court precedent suggests that law could easily be overturned.
Some people were like, well, can't he not run for a 3rd term anyway? Well, the truth is that even though he's capped at 2 terms, Wyoming Supreme Court case law holds precedent that would make it very easy for a governor with a simple petition to become eligible for a 3rd term. He's not going to do that.
In a statement, Governor Gordon says he wants to focus on building a strong future for Wyoming, including supporting core industries, growing the state's economy, and strengthening local communities and families. Residents in Tiny Emblem, Wyoming are alarmed and looking for answers after 2 dogs were shot in 2 days in drive-by incidents this past week. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the owner of a pit bull that took a shotgun blast to the face says he's lucky to have a thick skull.
Her dogs were on her property when the incident happened. They like to run to the entrance just to see who's coming by, but they stay where they are. They're not aggressive. And as far as she knows, somebody just shot her dog in the 10-minute window between when she last saw the dog and when her husband found the dog with a head covered in blood and a bullet hole between his eyes.
Tessa Walbert and her family have been living in Emblem for the past 18 months without any issues with their neighbors, dog-related or otherwise. That's why she believes whoever shot these dogs doesn't live in Emblem. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Many of this year's Country Music Award nominees have played Jackson's $1 Million Cowboy Bar. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that not only is the venue a place for up-and-coming stars, but country music legends who keep coming back.
Jackson's $1 Million Cowboy Bar has long been a proving ground for up-and-comers in the country music scene. In fact, last fall, Ella Langley appeared at the Cowboy, and now she's up for Best Female Artist of the Year for the Academy of Country Music Awards. Booking manager Justin Smith told Cowboy State Daily that this year's ACM Awards also has alumni that have played at the bar for the Best New Male and Female Artists. Their names are Hudson Westbrook and Avery Anna.
The bar has hosted legends like Willie Nelson and Hank Williams Jr., and it continues to serve as a proving ground for the next wave of country stars. As herds of elk have overtaken a beach in a small Oregon coastal town, tourists have tried to put their children on them to ride, and others have attempted to feed them carrots. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that one local chamber member says, quote, "We have visitors who don't know elk are wild animals."
These aren't Rocky Mountain elk like we have here. They're Roosevelt elk, and the distinction is they're bigger in the body, but they have smaller antlers than our elk do out here. I talked to somebody in the town of Cannon Beach, which is, a small coastal tourist town.
As in Yellowstone National Park, Estes Park, Colorado, and other places where people and elk are in close proximity, some people behave stupidly. James Pano, the executive director of the local Chamber of Commerce, tells Cowboy State Daily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it.
Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. You can stream us right there on YouTube, Facebook, X, or right at our website, cowboystatedaily.com. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Our next guest is going from the 5th grade classroom to the next activities director at Sheridan High School. This week, Kyle Warnicke was named the new activities director, taking over for Casey Garnhart. Kyle grew up in Sheridan's a lifelong Bronc. He's coached on and off at the high school for the past 20 years. He's been there, seen it, and now looks to keep the success of Sheridan High School activities going. Let's welcome him in to the show. Good morning, Kyle. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, big week for you. Well, first, what's going on with your daughter, Sydney? She has been playing soccer. Is she hurt? What's happening?
Yeah, she had strep throat and had to get her tonsils taken out. So she, April 2nd, I think she had her tonsils out. And so she's 17 and it hit her pretty hard. So hopefully, I think she'll be back here this week.
Well, that's good. Yeah, they got the weekend off. So hopefully she can rest and get back in action. That's crazy. When you heard Casey Garnhart was stepping down, what was your thought? Was it right away? I'm going for this. What'd you think?
Yeah, I think initially I was intrigued by it right away, and obviously came home and talked to my wife about it, and we talked about it for I think the weekend or so, and yeah, we just kind of decided maybe it was a good time to do something like that. I know it's a lot of time, but like you said, Sydney's graduating high school this May, and my youngest son Bentley will be in high school starting next year, so it was kind of a good time for our family and to try to make the move up there.
Yeah, I think my wife said you've been at Highland for 22 years.
I think that sounds about right. 20, 21, 22, something like that. I'm teaching 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. So it's been a while.
Yeah. So it might be time. Might feel natural. This is the next step.
Yeah, I think that was kind of it. I mean, it's, I have kind of been thinking, how would I finish off my career? And, I wasn't sure that I wanted to be in the classroom all the way through, but nothing really felt right, as jobs would come open within the district. I kind of think about them in the last couple of years, and like you say, this one, for whatever reason, just felt right. So really excited for it.
Was it because Cindy was a senior this year, or was it the change of coaches last year? I was shocked that you weren't coaching basketball this year.
I had talked to Coach Sullivan at the beginning of last year. Sydney didn't play her junior year, and she ran indoor track her junior year, and I coached basketball that year, and then I just kind of knew that with her being a senior, I wanted to be able to follow her around and watch her, do whatever she decided to do this year. So I had told Coach Sullivan probably at the beginning of last year that last year would be my last year, and so it wasn't really a coaching change or anything. It was more just a family decision.
Yeah, because being a coach for so long, how does that experience translate into this new role?
Yeah, I think naturally, I've kind of been in those locker rooms, and I've been in those coaches meetings, and I just want to be able to support the coaches in whatever way that I can, and whether it's with scheduling or whether it's, however it is that I can be supportive, an ear that they can talk to, and if it's asking for advice, or if it's explaining things, how they're seeing things, and just somebody that can be supportive and help out in any way that I can up there. Like you'd said at the beginning, I mean, we've got a great thing going. Our activities are awesome. Our athletics are great. We've just got really, really good people and really good spots, and my job's just going to be to support those guys.
Yeah, because does that put pressure on you going, we've won 55 straight football games, we just won the boys basketball championship for the first time in years, or is it good because things are rolling?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, it speaks to the people that we have up there, and it's in all of our athletics, and it's in all of our activities. And, I don't think it puts any pressure on me. I'm not going to go out and win any basketball games or any football games, and I never was going to do that. And I'm not going to be the one standing up there at the at the band concerts and the choir concerts and the spring musical and, all the things that we do up there. I mean, it's not pressure on me. It's just, we've got really, really good people at really good spots. So,
because how do we juggle it, Kyle? Because you hear it from everybody. Oh, well, Sheridan High School, we're all about football. The basketball program be like, oh, well, everything goes to football. The smaller non-athletic students always think, oh, we don't get as much love because we're not athletes. How do we keep everybody happy?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think just being there and being supportive, and that's something that I've been thinking about is how do we make every single kid at the high school feel supported through some sort of an activity, and how do we get kids involved? At a high school the size of Sheridan High School, we need kids participating. We need the same kids need to be playing football as play basketball, and the same kids who are wrestling need to be in band. And we've got 1,000 kids up there, and we need kids to be active and involved. And my job's to try to help them do that and find a spot for them and support them.
Yeah, we're chatting with Kyle Warnicki. He's the next Sheridan High School activities director. Casey Garnhart noted that expectations for Sheridan activities are incredibly high right now. how do we maintain that? Because I think we got a pretty good culture where the kids don't feel pressure. How do we keep that vibe going without overwhelming these kids?
Support. Just whatever we can do to be able to talk to these kids and make them feel supported and make them feel cared for and loved, and just understanding that they've got a lot going on with their academics and their activities, and being a kid's hard, and so just understanding that, and just being there for them, just kind of being in the hallways and being in the gyms and on the fields and in their practices, or just somebody that they can, people that they need, people that they can feel supported from. So I'm just hoping to be one of those people. Their coaches, their sponsors, their teachers, their parents. We're just all going to work together to try to accomplish that.
Well, yeah, because you've said it, Kyle. It's bigger than just championships. How do we keep building high character kids?
Just keep supporting the coaches. The coaches do a fantastic job of that. Just the meetings that they have, and just being mentors for these kids. I think just, like I said, I'm just going to be another person up there that can help support them. And we do have really, really high character kids at the high school. So I just need to get in there and figure out how that's been accomplished, and just help to keep that rolling.
Yeah, because people don't realize, even not non-activity sports, Sheridan just crushes it with We the People. High school rodeo. They don't understand this.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I don't remember the last time We the People didn't win the state championship. It's been a long time. You've got a daughter that played soccer, and my daughter played soccer, and it's like every year we have juniors who have won We the People, and they miss a week of soccer to go out to Washington, D.C. for the national meet out there. It's phenomenal. It's everywhere. Our spring musical. Have you been to our spring musical lately? It's crazy. We've got really, really good kids who work really hard. So very, very excited and very fortunate to be a part of it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the competition or if it's just the kids, or I don't know what's in the water at Sheridan High School. But what do we think about all these new sports that are coming up? We even had an article on Cowboy State Daily about fly fishing. What do we do with all these new sporting activities that's happening?
Yeah, that's something that I've probably, Casey will be here till the end of June. So I'm really looking forward to just spending as much time with him as I can to try to get my head around, all those things. We just had softball join, and softball's been very successful the last couple of years, and we've had Nordic skiing join, had state champions in that as well, and have kids going out for skiing. So again, it's about getting kids involved, and so I'm looking forward to that.
Coach Julian always had the motto, we're the smallest 4A school. With all these new sports, do we get worried that we might be getting thin in different activities because other kids are playing different stuff?
Possibly. But when I think about defining success, to me, it's having kids involved. And, we may have kids who are involved in one sport or activity, and they get pulled into softball, or they get pulled into fly fishing, and they can help that sport, and or that activity, and they can feel successful there. So again, it's just about having kids be involved and kids being active.
I know you guys work a lot with the Booster Club. How do we keep, there's so many people there's so much community involvement now. How do we keep that ball rolling?
Our Booster Club is phenomenal. They put on the Hoop Jam every year and help us to raise a bunch of money. And again, I'm learning now. I just went to my first Booster Club meeting last month, or a couple weeks ago. So I'm learning all this stuff now. But the Hoop Jam is huge for us, and the golf tournament that we run out at the Powderhorn in July is big for us. And the Booster Club's great. They support all of our athletics. And they help us to keep these kids fed, and they help us to keep these kids in uniforms, and so we're very grateful for our Booster Club.
Yeah, I know we have Joanne. We've been great. I think Sheridan High School recently had a national recognition for like safe sports school standards, which is awesome. Because do we have more things coming for like mental health, or how do we figure that into sports?
Yeah, again, that's something that I am all for. And I know Joanne does a fantastic job with our athletes, both physically and mentally, and helping them. And our coaches do a great job. So yeah, I mean, that's something that we definitely need to keep the ball rolling on. So,
I mean, having been there, is there any improvements, any changes that we're thinking before we start this?
Not currently. I am, I would love to be able to meet with all the coaches and all the sponsors. That's kind of my initial job is going to be. I would love to meet with all the coaches and all the sponsors and just kind of find out from them, what's going well with your sports, your activities, and what are some things that I can help you with. So, that'll be my first thing. And as we get through state testing here in my elementary classroom, and we get into June, I can start hopefully having some of those meetings. And like I say, I just want to be able to support them and find out what's going well. What has Casey done? What did Don do before that that was really helpful for you? And maybe what are some things that I could do differently or that I could help you with? So that's kind of my plan. But as far as big changes right now, I don't see any big changes coming down unless it's something that's, kind of spearheaded or asked by the coaches and the sponsors.
Yeah. Nobody's called you yet and said, Hey, Kyle, we need this or we need that.
Phone's not ringing too much yet. I think they're still kind of going through Casey, which is good. I'm still trying to teach my fifth graders how to multiply mixed numbers. So that's kind of the big thing on my brain right now. But Casey's doing a great job. He's looping me into the things that people are asking for. And so it's going to be a pretty good transition. I think he's done a nice job still doing the day-to-day at the high school, but kind of letting me know what's going on so that I can kind of start getting my boots on the ground a little bit.
Yeah, because looking at everything, you got to organize all this, schedule everything. What's going to be the biggest challenge for you?
I think probably just Casey living in Laramie in July, and kind of, I'm just going to have to use my people and try to, get to know some of the ADs that live up in the Northeast region. I got to go to a meeting with him a couple weeks ago, and so kind of got to meet a couple of those folks, and just using the people to help me get started. Jerry Granham's going to be big. Lexi's going to be huge, helping me to kind of learn this job on the fly. And so just learning a new job in a short amount of time is going to be the challenge. But
yeah, he takes over July 1st. Kyle Warnicki, the new Sheridan High School Activities Director. I mean, comments online have been very positive, so that's always nice to see.
Yeah, I think maybe they might be filtering out the negative ones already. So we'll see. Yeah, no, so far they've been really positive. So we'll just hopefully keep that rolling. Yeah,
what do the wife and kids think? They got to be excited.
Yeah, I think everybody's excited. I'm not sure Bentley's excited. I suppose I've been at his elementary school the whole time that he was, in elementary school, and he's kind of got a taste of freedom from me these last 3 years at the junior high. But I guess I'll be back in his school starting in August. So I'm not sure he's excited about that, but I think he's excited for me, and Sydney's very excited, and Jody as well. So yeah,
that's awesome. Well, congratulations, Kyle.
Thank you.
You're going to have a blast.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Kyle Warnicki, the new activities director at Sheridan High School. Kyle, thanks so much for coming on.
All right, thanks a lot.
Yep, we'll be right back after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up. Gotta get the kids ready. Feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed. Catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
$25 minutes past the hour. Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. You can also text me at that number. I just sent a message to one of our listeners, if he's up, to give me a call, because he was in Greeley, Colorado last night, checking out Ryan Charles. So I don't know if he's up or not. Probably not, but if he is, we'll see if we can get a recap of how Ryan was last night in Greeley. I know Ryan was in Denver on Thursday night. I saw his mom, Lisa, posted a picture. It looked like she was down in Greeley with him. Let's see. And tonight, he's somewhere else in Colorado. Let's see. Tonight, he's at the Black Sheep in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Cool little venue in Colorado Springs. Have you ever been to the Black Sheep? I went once. I was at a meeting in Colorado Springs years ago when I worked for U.S. Food Service. And I was there by myself. And I was like, I wonder if there's any concerts going on. So I looked, and yes, there was a concert happening at the Black Sheep. It was a band called The Sleeping. Never heard of them. And I went to the show. Great concert. Awesome band. Fell in love with them. Bought their album afterwards. Bought a t-shirt. Followed them until they disappeared. And actually, I think they're coming back. They broke up years ago. I think they might be back. They played a show a year ago or so. But when I went back to the hotel, I bought a t-shirt. I think I was skinny back then, so I wanted a large. When I got back to the hotel room, I pulled out the t-shirt to check it out, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, boy, what size is this thing? This thing is not very big at all. I'm like, there's no way this thing's going to fit me. I look at the tag, and it's a youth large. The guy sold me a youth t-shirt. I was like, what concert sells youth-sized t-shirts? I wasn't very happy. But the good thing at the time, my son was probably 7 or 8. This was 20 years ago or so. And I gave it to him. So he was the only 7 or 8-year-old kid that had a sleeping t-shirt in the United States. Yeah, so Ryan will be at the Black Sheep tonight, a cool venue in Colorado Springs. You can go to ryancharlesmusic.com to learn more information about that. Or if you can make it. You got plenty of time to head to Colorado Springs. So yeah, we'll see if we hear from Camino this morning about last night's gig. We were talking about this at work. Did you hear this? People in Sheridan, what do you think about this? It looks like renovations for Caffeine Avenue, the state's 12th busiest road, with approximately 20,000 vehicles per day, is set for renovations in 2028. Here we go again. Part of the Wyoming Department of Transportation State Improvement Program. What's wrong with Caffeine Avenue now? I don't see that it needs any improvements. But they have a proposal that they are going to put raised medians from Wendy's there, what is that, Sugarland, all the way to First Avenue East. That is all the way from Wendy's all the way through past the Holiday there to First Avenue East. They're going to have raised medians. Right now, there's just a turning lane. So this means that you can't, there's a median there, so you can't turn or do whatever you want to do. It's supposed to help reduce the number of conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians or other vehicles. So they're saying it will eliminate crashes. But when you look at the data, we just told you this is the 12th busiest street in Wyoming. There's been nearly 100 accidents from 2016 to 2025. 100 accidents in 10 years. That's not even one a month. So we have to completely redo Caffeine Avenue with these medians because we're trying to limit the accidents? Well, why don't we do something with Walmart parking lot? I guarantee there's more than one accident there a month. Or Albertsons, or the high school. Why do we have to completely redo Caffeine with medians? That doesn't add up to me. I think it's going to be more confusing. It would eliminate people that like to pull out of, the co-op or the bowling alley or wherever, and they turn into the turning lane and drive down the turning lane for half a mile, or pull out and stay in the turning lane until traffic clears and then pull out in traffic. That would be eliminated, but they only had certain cutouts to certain businesses. So if you're a business owner, aren't you like, well, right now, anyone coming from either direction could get in the turning lane and turn into my business. With these medians, they might have to drive another 200, 300, 400, 500 feet or whatever to get in the median, flip around, and then come back and get the median that will actually turn into your business. I think that's going to draw more confusion. And how we have so many older folks around here, I think it's going to cause more traffic problems. I don't get it. Why do we need these medians at all? So initial project designs made it impossible to make left turns into the driveways of many businesses along Coffeen. So obviously when the business owners saw this, they were like, what? You can't even turn into my business now. So they were up in arms. So they went back to the drawing board and put in more carve-outs in the medians so people could make left turns into more businesses. But still, some business owners are a little bit worried, which I don't blame them. I mean, it's already tough right now, let alone, I can't even get to your business. I have an office downtown. I had an office downtown for 15 years. Now I'm back downtown. Even when I had an office right on Main Street where you could park right out front, there would be people that would come by and say, I came by earlier, but there was no parking spot out front, so I decided to come later. People wouldn't even park half a block down the street and walk to my office. I said, well, there's a big parking lot just right behind the building here. You can walk through the alley and come into the office. Oh, no, that was too much. So I can only imagine if you can't turn directly into your business and you have to drive down, get to the median, flip a U-ey, come back to actually get to the business. No, people aren't going to do it. So we'll see. There's supposed to be another meeting coming up May 27th at 5 o'clock where they're going to update drawings and show the public. It's going to be at the Ramada Plaza, May 27th at 5 o'clock. So we'll see. There was one county commissioner in the article that was saying he isn't concerned about the impact on businesses. I don't know if you want to say that. I'd be very concerned about the impact on businesses. And he was like, people don't like change. After a year or two, they'll forget it even, the old Coffeen Avenue even was there, and they'll be used to the medians. Well, yeah, we'll adapt, but who's going to suffer during people trying to figure out how to get to your business? It's just another thing where it seems like somebody needed a job, or let's change something just to change it. Sometimes we don't need to change stuff. One accident or 10 accidents in a year on the 12th busiest street, I think you're doing pretty good. We'll see what happens. What do you think? Give me a call, 307-620-8866, or send me a text. I would love to hear from some people in Sheridan or the area on what you think about this. Yeah, we were talking about it at work, and it was just like, great. I mean, was it 2 summers ago where Main Street was tore up all summer long? Now we're going to change Coffeen. I don't know what's with my blind. Getting blinded by the light. There's an article on Cowboy State Daily about opponents say turbines on the way to turning Laramie Range into a Wyoming wind wall. Well, it's already almost there. The growing number of wind energy products, opponents say that they fear the Laramie Range is on its way to becoming a Wyoming wind wall. Yeah, I don't know what to think about these windmills. What do you think? I mean, when you drive through Medicine Bow, you think you're on another planet sometimes, especially when you drive there when it's dark out. Looks like you're getting invaded by aliens. All the red lights flashing everywhere. And now the Laramie Range, when you drive from Laramie to Cheyenne, it's just getting cluttered more with these windmills. They do say that the projects mean more than $40 million in annual lease payments for landowners. And they can still have their cattle or sheep or whatever because the turbines don't affect that. But how many of these do we need? And I always have the weird conspiracy theory that these are screwing with our winds in Wyoming. Because the wind, we have never had winds like we've had this past year. Never. The winds were so bad in Sheridan, it was just awful. And terrible down south, which, I mean, that's why they're putting these windmills up, because Wyoming's wind concentrate is like the most of anywhere in the country, which is insane. Let's see here. They have dialed some of these back because they were going to put up hundreds in so many acres. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay. They did revise one project from its initial footprint from 170 wind turbines to 139 and tightened its proposed acreage to 41,220 from the original 56,000. But so we've limited the number of turbines, but we've limited the number of acres. I don't know how that balances things out. There's one project outside of Rawlins that is scheduled to be completed in 2029. It will be the largest single power plant in Wyoming and the largest single wind power project in North America when it's completed. So wind energy is the second largest electricity producer in the state of Wyoming, according to Wyoming Energy Authority. The Southeast Wyoming has one of the densest concentrations of high-class wind energy potential in the country. Again, Wyoming, the energy capital of at least the United States, if not the world anymore. In Converse County, this wind farm is in its early years of generating electricity from wind on about 2,400 acres. A Chugwater energy project could install up to 106 wind turbines, solar panels, and battery storage systems on about 47,000 acres in Platte County. And in Douglas, they have a wind project, 267 turbine development, partially on state lands along the northern Laramie Range. So that alone is hundreds of more of these wind turbines that are on their way. I don't know. What do you think? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. You can also send me a text. What are your thoughts on this? Or you can go to YouTube, put your comments in the chat room there. We don't have a guest for about 45 minutes or so join the program, 307-620-8866. What's on your mind? We'll take a quick break. Also another question on my mind. Megan Dagenfelder posted about it on her Facebook page yesterday. We'll chat about that coming up next. And we'll take a look at gas prices around the state, because Sheridan is still taking it in the shorts. I think the Holiday was at $3.99 last night. The Holiday gas station, which is actually, I don't think it's a Holiday anymore. It's a Circle K. But we'll check gas prices around the state. and take your phone calls. 307-620-8866. It's Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
$15 minutes till the top of the hour. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Stream us on YouTube, Facebook, X, or right there on Cowboy State Daily. Good morning. Give me a call. Join the program, 307-620-8866. What do you think about all the wind turbines going up around the state? Let me know. Give me a call. Or you can text me, 307-620-8866. Let's check the nothing yet from you listeners out there. What do you got going on this weekend? You going to watch Wrestlemania? Our buddy Justin Flaskerud, a.k.a. Rude, is in Las Vegas. He's going to be joining us coming up next hour as my cat is jumping into the window because a bird or something just flew by. She's on it. Go get him, Sonny. Go get him. We talked about gas prices. Let's see here. Let's head to Gas Buddy and check out what's happening in Wyoming. Let's find some gas. Okay, in Sheridan right now. Last night, the Maverick or Circle K, whatever it's called, $3.99. Okay, the cheapest gas is at the Exxon on Brundage in Sheridan, $3.89 right now. $3.89. Let's go to Buffalo. Buffalo, who used to have gas that was more expensive than Sheridan, is at $3.45 at the Maverick. 44 cents cheaper than it is in Sheridan right now. What's going on? Their most expensive gas is at the Cenex at $3.59. That's still 30 cents cheaper per gallon than Sheridan. That's ridiculous. Let's try Casper. Loaf and jug, $3.49. Again, 40 cents cheaper per gallon. This is what gets me. Hardin, Montana. The Exxon is at $3.75. It's not giving us what. Oh, Love's is at $3.76. How is gas 13 cents cheaper or even 23 cents cheaper per gallon than it is in Sheridan in Hardin, Montana? I said it a couple weeks ago on the show. I knew a guy that used to truck gas from here to Billings. It's the same gas. How's it $3.99 here and $3.76 in Hardin? That's ridiculous. What's going on in Sheridan? Why are we getting gouged? Let's look in Bozeman, Montana. $3.75 at the Costco, $3.79 at Safeway, $3.89 at the Mobile, $3.99 at Cenex, but still cheaper than it is in Sheridan, Wyoming. In Bozeman, Montana. I don't get it at all. Something is going on in Sheridan. Holy cow. In Cheyenne, at Moody's Rock Stop, $3.44. $3.50 at Sam's Club, $3.57 at Gasomat. Flying J's at $3.65. Still 20 to 30 cents cheaper than it is in Sheridan. I don't get it. How is gas so much more expensive in Sheridan, Wyoming than it is anywhere else in the state of Wyoming? When we used to have the cheapest gas. It was like Sheridan, Laramie, and Cheyenne. Now we're 20 to 30 cents higher than everybody else. I mean, there was like a week ago, it was 60 or 70 cents cheaper in Buffalo. President Trump, what did he say yesterday? The strait is open. Gas prices are coming down. Except in Sheridan, Wyoming. He forgot to make that mention. If anyone knows, give me a call, 307-620-8866. Unreal. I don't get it. We'll see. I did see this last night, which this is a big question, and I asked a lot of the candidates out on the campaign trail, how do we keep Wyoming kids in Wyoming? Let's see if we can share this here, if this is going to work. Yes, here is Megan Degenfelder out on the campaign trail. Here's what she posted last night.
I've been circling the state. Good morning from Pinedale. I've been circling the state this week, from events in Wheatland to last night in Rock Springs. And a question that is continually brought up is, how do we keep our young people in the state of Wyoming? Trust me, that's part of the reason why I'm running for governor, because I'm tired of my friends, my family members, my colleagues leaving Wyoming. We need to ensure that we have high-paying, good jobs in the state of Wyoming. and that our communities are affordable for young families to live in, whether that be housing or access to medical care. In fact, this morning, I'm going to tour the new hospital here in Pinedale. As your next governor, I am committed to finding the solutions to these problems, not just talking about them, but actually finding ways that we keep our young people in the state of Wyoming, that we continue to thrive into the future. Because let's face it, I'm going to have to live through these consequences just as much as you are. I'm ready to fight for Wyoming, keep our young people here.
Okay. So what is the answer? Because I asked a lot of them the last couple of weeks. How do we keep Wyoming kids in Wyoming? I get it. You're not going to keep all of them, but I can't remember what the statistic was, but it's bad. And there's more that move to Colorado than stay in Wyoming. And one of the candidates said, and it rang true with me, when you go to like Montana, Utah, Colorado, you see all of this new development, all of, the technology. And then you come back into Wyoming, and we're still kind of old school here. Like I was in Bozeman, Montana a couple weeks ago. And yeah, it's insane. One, how nice the town is, and two, how new everything is and how nice everything is. I mean, I get it. Bozeman's a lot more expensive than it is here even. But, and Sheridan's getting some of it. But how do we adapt, or how do we get that to get the ball rolling here in Wyoming? And how do we keep the Wyoming kids in Wyoming? Like my son graduated from the University of Wyoming. Now he's in Bozeman. My daughter's going to school in Bozeman. She got into nursing school now. She's going to Missoula for a couple of years. And then I don't know what's going to happen to her or where she's going to head. She's going to be a nurse, so it'll probably depend a lot on her job. But yeah, and people are saying, all this new technology and all these data centers are good for construction, but they don't create a lot of jobs. Few. But yeah, I don't know where it's going to come from, or how do we keep these kids here? We got to find a way. And yeah, I don't know if Megan's on it or who's going to be on it, but we'll see what happens here in the next couple of years. Here was a clip that I heard this week. We had the big thing with President Trump posting the photo of him kind of looking like Jesus, or he was healing somebody, and then he tried to spin it because all the bad press he got. They took it down off of Truth Social the same day. But here was the ladies on The View talking about Jesus.
Jesus himself did not run around saying, I'm the Messiah, I'm the Messiah.
Jesus kind of did say he was
you're
the
supposed to have a little bit of...
That's exactly what Jesus said. I am the Messiah.
You know what? No, he did not.
It's been a minute.
Here's the thing.
The Pope's got him.
He's got God behind.
She just said, I knew Jesus.
Jesus was not narcissistic like this guy.
But when you are the Messiah, it's not narcissism to say it.
Yes, it is.
When you are the Messiah.
I'm going to move this along because this is it's too much for me. The Pope has...
Yeah. Well, first of all, they don't know how to let each other talk on that show. All they do is talk over each other. But, yeah, Jesus didn't go around saying he's the Messiah. Yes, he did go around saying he's the Messiah. When you are the Messiah, you don't need to say you're the Messiah. Incredible. Give me a call. Join the program, 307-620-8866. Posed a couple questions to you this morning. What do you think? What do you think about the wind turbines? What do you think about raised medians on Coffee Avenue here in Sheridan? And how do we keep Wyoming kids in Wyoming? I mean, the one cool thing is the new University of Wyoming president, which we might get him on the show in the next week or so. I interviewed him while I was filling in for Jake, and he is from Rock Springs. Graduated from Rock Springs High School, went to West Point, and he's been at West Point the last 30 years, and now he is taking over as the next University of Wyoming president, which I think the university just hit a home run with this hiring of him. I think since he knows what it's like growing up in Wyoming, how we can keep these kids here, or at least relate to them a little bit. Yeah, Brigadier General Shane Reeves is the new president at the university. I think he takes over on July 1st as well. So yeah, we might have him on the show here in the next week or so, and we can pose the same questions to him. How do we keep the kids here? And he's big on AI, which is good. He's been a dean. He's a lawyer. I heard a couple great stories about him after I interviewed him. And he mentioned it a little bit when he was on air with us, how there's not very many kids from Wyoming that go to West Point. So they all try to hang out and support each other. So that was pretty cool. So now he gets to support all the kids from Wyoming that go to the University of Wyoming. Well, 3 hours about done. Coming up next hour, we're going to chat with Justin Flaskerud. He's my buddy from college. We've been huge wrestling fans. If you're a wrestling fan, this is your weekend. It's Wrestlemania weekend. Wrestlemania 42 is happening in Las Vegas today and tomorrow. Rude is in Las Vegas. He's going to WrestleMania. He went to WrestleMania last year, which was in Vegas. We'll chat with him. We'll get a preview. We'll talk to him coming up here in about 45 minutes or so. So it's just me and you for the next half hour, 45 minutes. Join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. What's on your mind today? You can also send me a text. We got a bunch of people watching. Pick up the phone. Give me a call. Pick up the phone. Send me a text. You can also go on YouTube, chat in the YouTube chat room. It's almost the top of the hour, time for news. And then I had another dryer drama this week. We'll chat about that coming up next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The body of Cody resident Sean Ezekiel Hughes, who had been missing since Easter, was found on Thursday afternoon in a parked car at Yellowstone Regional Airport. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that his sister says the family is in shock.
Sean Hughes was found at the Yellowstone Regional Airport. Now, this is where he was also last seen on Easter. And it's thought now that he actually did not duck off surveillance footage as they thought and headed out of the parking lot, but instead got into an unlocked vehicle. So he's found actually in a vehicle on the parking lot. Police had earlier searched the parking lot going up and down the roads looking into vehicles, but did not see him at the time. At present, his cause of death is still under investigation with an autopsy scheduled for Friday. However, there is no suggestion of foul play or self-harm. His family in Charlotte, North Carolina are just absolutely devastated by this news.
The 36-year-old was last spotted on video surveillance at the airport on April 5th. Casper State Representative Steve Harshman, the longest-serving Wyoming House member, is running for State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the lifelong teacher and coach says the bottom line is he loves Wyoming schools.
Big change for Steve Harshman coming up on 24 years in the Wyoming House of Representatives. He's running for Superintendent of Public Instruction, the top public education official in Wyoming, and also a key figure on the fate of state lands and loans and other things like that. And this is a big move for him because it means he can't run for House after nearly 24 years, he's either done or interrupted in that tenure one way or another, whether he wins or loses. He's also going up against his fellow representative, Tom Kelly, a pretty staunch conservative, and Chad Auer, who was a policy advisor to Governor Mark Gordon before hitting the road to campaign.
The 62-year-old Harshman was born in Wyoming, raised in the small Natrona County town of Midwest, and has taught and coached for decades in the state's public school system. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been a driver safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former House Speaker Albert Summers is running to win back his Sublette County House District 20 seat. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Summers says the legislature needs, quote, less political theater.
He rose to the top post you can attain in the House Speaker in 2023-2024. Tradition holds, now it's not perfect, not everyone does this, but tradition holds that you seek Senate or higher office after that, and he did. He ran for his Senate seat and lost to Laura Pearson, a newbie. And so now, after the 2-year hiatus, he's running again for his old House seat against perennial candidate Bill Winnie, who is also a fixture as a person testifying at legislative hearings.
The former House Speaker from Pinedale made the announcement on Thursday, hours after the seat's incumbent representative, Mike Schmid of LaBarge, announced he won't run this year. A suspicious package left near Gate 1 at F.E. Warren Air Force Base on Thursday prompted an evacuation of nearby homes and the Wyoming State Capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one man who left his house couldn't return for hours because of police presence.
There were emergency vehicles all over the place, lights, people just kind of hanging around to see what's going on. And I noticed a guy just kind of standing on the corner. He was wearing his shorts, he was wearing a sweatshirt and his sneakers. He's one of the people who were evacuated from the area. The only problem is he didn't know at the time he was being evacuated. He went out for his morning walked down the street, walked around the park, and when he came back, everything was there. It was blocked off. They wouldn't let him back to his house. He waited for several hours, but he took it in stride.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Got a couple text messages during the break. Get to those here in a second. I was just looking at my Snapchat, and one person I'm friends with, just like I said, younger person here in town, and they're down in Denver, And on the post it says, I love Denver, as they're at a concert. Yeah, one of my old coworkers. That's the thing. Let's see here. Studies have shown wind farm do dry the soil and areas downwind of these large farms. I see little long-term benefit to our state. Good response. The reason many young people leave is due to many things. One of the biggest is the lack of variety of things to do once they get off work. Young people want to be entertained and be social. That's why they are drawn to other areas. That is true. That was the big thing when we were younger. It's like, what is there to do? It's getting better, though. Because of Billings and Casper, now there's a lot more concerts, a lot more opportunities of things to do. Let's see here. I hope you're through is Sheridan for a while. Don't know what you mean by that. I hope you're through. Maybe it said in Sheridan for a while. I don't know. Okay. Anybody on the YouTube? No. So yes, I posed a couple questions to you. How can we keep Wyoming kids in Wyoming? If you're in Sheridan, what do you think about the proposed raised medians along Coffeen? And then yes, if you're in Wyoming, what are your thoughts on all these wind turbines? I mean, the good thing up here in Sheridan is, we've gotten more winds than we ever have this year, but we don't really have the winds like they do down in southern Wyoming. So I couldn't even tell you where the closest windmill is to us up here. They're all down south. But yeah, proposed hundreds of more coming in the next couple years. You for it? Against it? Do you care? What do you think? Well, if you listen to the show the last couple months, I had plenty of problems with my dryer. I kept fixing it. It quit working. It wouldn't heat. So I got pretty handy fixing my dryer. Finally, my wife was like, forget this. Let's just go buy another dryer. I'm sick and tired of you fixing this one. We went and bought a new dryer. But right when we bought the new dryer, I had ordered all new parts for the old dryer. So I installed all those in the old dryer. And the old dryer worked just fine for about 3 months until a couple of weeks ago, it finally gave up the ghost. And I took it to the dump. Because I was like, well, this new one's been sitting here for a couple months. Now we can actually use it. But in the last couple of weeks, my brother, who had bought a brand new LG ThinQ dryer, he'd ran it like 7 or 8 times, quit working. And I was like, well, do you want me to come over and we can tear the thing apart and take a look at it? He's like, well, it's on warranty. So I have a call into LG and they're supposed to get me a repairman to come out and take a look at it. So a week went by, 2 weeks went by, a month went by, 5 weeks went by. He still had not had a service person take a look at the dryer. So finally, last week, he calls me and he goes, well, LG gave me my money back for the dryer. I go, they gave you your money back for the dryer? Why is that? He goes, well, they can't find a service person to come take a look at the dryer. There's nobody around here that'll come take a look at the dryer. And he goes, they said A+ plumbers would come take a look at it. He called A+ and they were like, we don't deal with LG because they don't pay us. Which isn't very shocking. I've heard that about Samsung and now hearing it about LG. So he's like, so next time when I'm over there, you want to come over and we'll tear this thing apart because the warranty's dead. You know, it doesn't matter. They gave me my money back. We'll see if we can fix it. And then I'll have a pretty much essentially a free dryer. I was like, all right, good idea. So he came over on Monday, grabbed my tools, head over there. You know, just like anything, when you want to fix something anymore, you dial up YouTube, you watch a couple videos, pull up the video on how to take apart the LG Thin-Q dryer. And my old dryer, you know, I just take off the back and everything was right there. Wasn't that easy with the LG Thin-Q. You had to take the top off. You had to take the front off. You had to take the front plate off. You had to take the drum out. You had to take the thing that was holding the drum in out. I mean, it was just, we literally had to take 90% of the dryer apart to get to the heating element because it wasn't getting hot, to get to the thermal fuse, because I've learned it's pretty much 3 things when your dryer doesn't work. It's your thermal fuse, the heating element, or something's clogged. And he's like, well, I've only used this thing a handful of times, so it can't be clogged. We took it completely apart, checked everything. No, not clogged. Grabbed my ohms meter, checked the thermal fuse. No, it's fine. Looked all through the heating element. I was like, the heating element looks like it's brand new. No, it's fine. We did notice that the drum, it looked like they put it in backwards, but doesn't really matter. It's kind of universal. It doesn't matter if it's one way or the other. As long as it's hooked up to the belt and pulley system, as long as it's spinning, it's all right. So nothing was wrong with it. Couldn't find anything. Put it back together, plug it in, run a diagnostics test. Nope, same code. He kept getting a D80, which meant that something is 80% clogged in the dryer. We're like, well, we know nothing's clogged in the dryer. So we run some stuff, run it empty, and after about the 3rd time, it actually, you could feel it starting to get a little bit warmer. So we have a little bit of hope. I'm like, well, at least it's trying to. So I was like, well, let's do a load of laundry because maybe because there's nothing in this thing. This thing's got all these sensors. It's way too smart for a stupid dryer. It's like, why can't you just, why do we need all these bells and whistles on a dryer? Just turn the damn knob, hit the button, and dry. We don't need all these sensors. He's got an app. He can run it from the app. And on the app, it was saying nothing was wrong. Said everything's running great. So I was like, well, try and run the dryer from the app because the app doesn't think anything's wrong with the dryer. It's the dryer that thinks something's wrong with the dryer. So I don't know. Even I stayed there. I was there for like 2-3 hours. Finally, I was like, I got to go home. I got to go do something else. I've wasted my whole night trying to do this. And even when I left, he opened it up and he was like, it's still not getting that dry. So I think it still doesn't work. I don't know. Everything checked out. It's starting getting warm, but it just does not want to get that hot. I said this dryer is too smart for itself. Way too many bells and whistles. So we'll see. I don't know if he's awake or if he's listening, but give us a call and see if anything's happened with the dryer. Give us an update on if it's actually working or not. I haven't heard anything else, so I imagine it's probably not working. But yeah, I don't get it. But it would be nice since he got his money back if we could get it fixed. And he's got himself a free dryer. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't know about this. Did you see this? That they're having a tattoo festival in Buffalo this weekend. It's at Bomber Mountain Civic Center. Let me see. Now that I just clicked on Facebook, it'll probably be gone. But yeah, they've got all kinds of tattoo artists from all around the country in Buffalo, Wyoming right now. It was going on yesterday. I think it's going on today and tomorrow. They said it was 3 days. Let me see if I can find it now. Let's look up Bomber Mountain Civic Center. Yeah, Santa Maria Tattoo. It's happening. The Invaders Tattoo Expo at Bomber Mountain Civic Center. Swing in and get inked. Let's see here. You can go to santamariatattoo.com and check them out. It's the longest operating award-winning body art studio in Johnson County. I didn't even know this existed. They offer tattoos and piercing. We currently work out of room 107 at the Bomber Mountain Civic Center in Buffalo. They also have a mobile tattoo studio that they take to various gatherings such as the Wyoming State Fair. They've got over 25 years of experience. So is this just them that is doing this? Or is this... I know they're putting it on. Okay, the Invaders Tattoo Expo. It says it's today from 10 a.m. to midnight and tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Let's see, it says view the expo artists. Okay. Yeah, here's a guy from Pensacola, Florida, Josh Paul, Judy Parker from San Diego, California, Angelica Allison from Gillette. Here's a guy from Casper. Here's a guy that's piercing people. Yeah, this guy's from Buffalo. I was going to say his name looks familiar. So yeah, I was like, man, I had no clue this was going on. Not like, I have one tattoo. I got my one and only tattoo 2 years ago at the Aftershock Festival when I was I 50? I was either 49 or 50. So it took me a little while to get my first tattoo, but man, it's crazy that they're having a tattoo expo in Buffalo, Wyoming at the Bomber Mountain Civic Center this weekend. So if anyone's been there or going there, give me a call. 307-620-8866. That's something to keep the kids here. You can go get tattooed. But yeah, they've got a couple of people laid out from yesterday. Let's see here. Our buddy Charlie, guitarist, said he is excited. He hasn't played a gig in Buffalo for 5 years, and now he's going to be playing at the Bomber Mountain Civic Center on May 7th. What band is he playing with? That's the question. He doesn't say. Is it with the Saddle Tramps? Is it with Emissary? Who's it with, Charlie? All he says is he's excited to be playing the Bomber Mountain Civic Center again on May 7th. Huh. Well, maybe we can find out. We just had him on the show a couple weeks ago. See if we can find the Saddle Tramps. SaddleTrampsBand.com. Let's see if they're the ones playing May 7th. Okay. Here's their tour dates. No, it's not on there. Or it could be on there. They just haven't posted it yet. Or it could be them. They just haven't posted it on their website yet. Interesting. We'll have to find out what Charlie was teasing there. Maybe it's just a solo guitarist. One-man show. I don't know. But that's happening May 7th at the Bomber Mountain Civic Center in Buffalo. I was there for his last show with Emissary. Or maybe, oh no, that's wrong. That was years ago. Sorry. That post just came up because I was searching for Bomber Mountain Civic Center. Oh, my bad. That probably was his Emissary show a few years back. And that's now been 4 years. Huh. Give me a call. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. Rue to be joining us here shortly, live from Las Vegas. It's Wrestlemania weekend. We'll chat with him about that. He got to meet a WWE superstar on Thursday. Last night, he went to a GCW house show in Vegas. All kinds of stuff going on in Vegas this weekend. We'll chat with him coming up. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. Just trying to, there it goes, maybe. My program just blew up on my screen. I was trying to make it a little smaller. There we go. I'm still not great on a MacBook. I've never been a Mac person, and we do the show on a MacBook, so I have a little bit of a learning curve when it comes to a Mac. I mean, I'm pretty good technology-wise, so I can kind of figure some stuff out, but sometimes I'm just like, okay, how do I do it on this MacBook? The sun is out. The frost that we had when we started the show is gone. 39 and sunny right now in Sheridan, Wyoming. High of 54 today. Does say it's going to get a little windy this morning, but sunny skies. Currently 36 in Buffalo, 34 in Gillette, 29 in Laramie, 35 in Casper, 34 down in Cheyenne. Low to mid 50s highs today, and Cheyenne's 52, Casper's 52. Laramie's only 46, says it's going to be windy in Laramie today. Mostly sunny in Gillette, 49. Mostly sunny in Buffalo at 50, and right now in Sheridan, partly cloudy. High today of 54. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be 65 in Sheridan, 74 on Monday, 79 on Tuesday, 78 on Wednesday, and then Thursday, front must be coming in, high of 50. Friday and Saturday, it says snow. Springtime in Wyoming. Wait 5 minutes. It'll change. That's for sure. Yes, Justin Flaskerud, a.k.a. Rude, is going to be coming up on the show. He is in Vegas, getting ready for WrestleMania 42. We're going to preview that with him coming up here shortly. How has the Wyoming basketball team been doing with the portal? I saw where Coach Wicks had another commitment to the program. Now I can't find that article. A shooting guard from Washington State University, he's transferring in. And also, there was a big man. Where's that at? I don't see it, but yeah. And also news coming out of the University of Wyoming. The Wyoming wrestling coach has signed an extension. Yeah, the school announced this week that Mark Branch isn't going anywhere. Wyoming's head wrestling coach, fresh off a career-best 7-1 record in the Big 12 action, crowned 3 All-Americans, has agreed to a 4-year contract extension that'll keep him in Laramie until 2031. Good move by the Pokes. He has been at the helm for 19 seasons. Holy cow. It seems like he just got there. Guess not. Time flies when you're having fun. Huh. Interesting. When I filled in for Jake a couple weeks ago, the Artemis II was in orbit, and we had one of the guys from L&H Industrial in Gillette. They have a office here in Sheridan as well. They have worked with NASA on a couple of the shuttle launches, or whatever they call them now, and they were part of this Artemis II launch. They built the plates underneath the platform to direct all of the exhaust out towards the ocean. So they made the plates to withstand all that heat and pressure, made them right here in Wyoming, shipped them to Florida, had somebody put them together there. And yeah, they've been working with NASA for years. Now there's a story yesterday on CowboyStateDaily.com. Artemis II astronauts credit Wyoming-based Knowles, N-O-L-S, for prepping them for the moon mission. I never even heard of this place. The Artemis II astronauts credited their training at Wyoming-based Knowles for helping prepare for their mission. It's the National Outdoor Leadership School, and it's in Lander. On Thursday, the crew had their first group interview from Houston after returning to Earth on April 10th from its 10-day mission to the moon and back. And the Artemis II commander, Reed Wiseman, said that because the lesson learned through Knowles resurfaced during moments of stress and distraction. His quote was, "There's a saying that we learned from one of our National Outdoor Leadership School instructors. Integrity is not a 1 or a 0. You can be in integrity and you can be out of integrity. And I'll be the first to admit that there were moments when I was out of integrity because sometimes the view or the human experience would just pull me away from the work." I guess this relationship has been long-standing between Knowles and NASA. The Lander-based outdoor education organization. Since 1999, NASA's worked with them for more than 45 wilderness expeditions designed to help astronauts prepare for the realities of long-duration space flight. Interesting. So that's pretty cool. So yet Wyoming has one more tie to NASA and this Artemis 2. Let's see here. We'll give him a second. I think he's getting in the Zoom room here. We'll head to our buddy Rude, Justin Flaskerud, a.k.a. Rude. He is in Vegas for WrestleMania 42 weekend. Let's head to the Zoom room. Good morning, Rude.
Morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool.
Looking
All
good,
right.
feeling good. He's got his RKO T-shirt on right now because that's the reason he's there. Is tonight's main event, Cody Rhodes, the undisputed WWE champion, taking on Randy Orton with Pat McAfee in his corner. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about it. You've been in Vegas for a few days. Thursday, you post a picture. I think we have this picture. We'll have to pull it up. You and Uso, your new best friend, Jay Uso. Tell us about this, Rude.
Well, I was lucky enough that Walmart was near my parents' house. I need to pick up food, so I made the plan to go see Jay Uso, and sponsored by Minute Maid. Yeah, it was a big line. It was only a couple hours. We barely got in. He was such a nice dude. Gave a little hug, thanked him. He called me Oos, so I felt great after that. It was such a good time. He was so nice. Not as tall as I thought he was going to be, but that happens with a lot of wrestlers. But it was great. That just started the week of running into wrestlers, seeing wrestlers. My friends, they got pictures with LA Knight yesterday. I went to a house show last night, GCW, which had a lot of independent TNA stars there too, and a lot of different stars. Mick Foley came out.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a Sandman match, and Sandman versus the Invisible Man, which literally was quite entertaining. And George Kittle came out.
Wow.
He didn't do any moves. He's still kind of gimpy on his blown Achilles. But he came out and helped the champ celebrate something. But we were all like, I'm like, is that George Kittle? I couldn't get my phone out fast enough. And so that was pretty cool. I'm a huge Niner fan, everybody. So that was like a surprise of the night for that wrestling show. Brody Lee Jr., I think he's all of like 15 years old, wrestled in the main event against Joey Janela. And so that was fun. It went a lot longer. It was great. And then after we left, Juggalo World Order came in. And as we were waiting in line one time, I saw Vince Russo. Frank Kazarian was like right by me at the door. Yeah, they're all over the place. It's at the Horseshoe, which is WrestleCon's going on there. And then that just starts it off. Later today, go on to WrestleMania Night 1.
Yeah, he's got 3 more days ahead of him. Yeah, because Vegas, well, there was all kinds of talk online the last couple of days that the hotels, there's not enough security. All the superstars are getting mobbed. Have you heard that or seen that at all?
Wow. No. I mean, every superstar we ran by, I don't know about WWE yet, but we went by at the house shows. Everybody's cool with them. Not getting mobbed. I don't know if you guys know the Rascals from AEW. As I went to the bathroom and came back, they were all kind of hustling out, and they were all cool with me. We talked a little bit, and I went back in. They had a great match. So I don't know. I think wrestling fans are pretty cool, but I don't know what it's like on that WWE world just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everybody's there. It always happens no matter what city WrestleMania is in. All the independent wrestlers are there. Like you said, GCW is having a house show there. They're having WrestleCon, so all the old-timers are there. I mean, it's crazy. How has it been? Because are you on the Strip now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because with Fish being there, have you seen a lot of Fish fans with wrestling fans?
Where we are staying, we're slightly off the Strip, but the Sphere just overlooks us. It's huge. Like, it is so close. I've seen a few Fish fans. I kind of want to play a game with my friends saying Fish fan or wrestling fan. Like, pick them out. And I was like, wrestling fans generally have on like a wrestling shirt of some sort. fish stands, maybe some tie-dye, some a little more bling, a little more craziness. But yeah, seen enough fish fans. I think there's a group partying up last night when I got back to, we're at a timeshare, and there's a fish group partying up.
Yeah. Well, they've been playing, I think they get done about 11:30 or so. They've been playing 3 hours or something at the Sphere the last couple nights. I watched the first night, and then last night I had to go to bed so I could get up this morning. But though this is the second year in Vegas, last year you were there. Were you more excited last year or this year? What's the feeling?
Well, since Randy Orton barely had a match last year, and that's my guy, I think I'm more excited this year because he's going for 15. Been a fan since, oh my God, he had like shaggy hair and a hurt shoulder, and been a fan since then. So I'm really excited for that. Storylines be damned, I want to see him win that 15th. It was interesting. I mean, now I know more from last year. Last year we were on the floor. It was tight quarters. All the chairs were like really close together, zip tied together. And we were near the ramp, so we're standing every possible second. And I brought my belt with me, so that was kind of cumbersome. So this year, no belt. We're actually up a level in the 100s. We're almost like camera side. So I'm not camera side, the opposite. We should be on TV enough.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, a little different for the match build-up last year. I felt a lot was more solidified. Going into WrestleMania, it almost seemed like it was a lot. We're up in the air going into the last 2 weeks of WrestleMania, including ticket sales.
Yeah. Speaking of ticket sales, everyone's complained about the price this year. How has it been different going last year to this year? Has it been way more expensive?
I think, yeah, it's more expensive. I mean, my seats are less because I'm on the floor. But I think one night on the floor was 2 nights here, 2 nights this week. So I balled out. It was my first WrestleMania last year. I didn't think it would be back in Las Vegas, but it was. So I had to come back because friends and family, and I know Las Vegas well. And, with them taking WrestleMania to Saudi Arabia next year, possibly still, I was worried it was going to be hard to see WWE premium live events in country for a while. So had to get back here. Great group of friends going. A little more this time. Last year, there was just 2 of us on the floor, 2 in the stands, and now we're all together. So it's gonna be fun. I feel like I know more this time and what to prepare for and drink prices and all that and how to get to Allegiant. I'm ready for all that this year.
Yeah. You know a little bit more lay of the land, so you can make it a little easier on yourself because me and my brother were talking yesterday about it, and he was like, well, the good thing about Vegas is you can just walk everywhere when you're in the Strip. So, I mean, how far is Allegiant off the Strip? Is it right there?
Yeah, it's right behind Mandalay Bay. You can't miss it. So if you get to Mandalay Bay, it's right there. It takes some time depending where you're staying. Last year I was at New York, so it's really quick. This year may take some time to get there from where I'm at. Hopefully I'll just we'll grab an Uber over there or ride share and maybe walk back. But it says it's like an hour walk from where we're at.
Oh.
So we'll see. Yeah.
So you're a little ways away this year compared to last. But, yeah, we're talking with Justin Flaskerud. He's in Vegas for WrestleMania 42. That's tonight, and tomorrow starts at 4 o'clock Mountain Time, 3 o'clock his time. The pre-show is like 3 hours earlier on that. It's streaming on ESPN, the app, and then also the first hour is on ESPN2 tonight, and the first hour tomorrow night is on regular ESPN, which is huge for WWE. But let's take a quick time out. We'll come back, and we'll run down the card and get Rude's predictions and more about WrestleMania 42 tonight, right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
JB Hunt now has CLA every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily. Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. You can stream us on YouTube, Facebook, X, or right there on Cowboy State Daily. We have Justin Flaskerud, a.k.a. Rude. Our buddy lives in Laramie, Wyoming. He's in Vegas right now for Wrestlemania 42 this weekend. First, Rude, it's been great watching you. He's been posting his Road to WrestleMania on his Facebook page with a different T-shirt, a different wrestling shirt. And, I mean, you started this like 2 weeks ago. How long was this thing going?
Yeah, I was running it from April 1st through Raw on Monday Night Raw, so the 20th. I'm gonna wrestling shirts and maybe have some on the way home. I have probably 40 some wrestling shirts right now, and I thought this would be a good time to display them. I mean, I do probably get off work and put one on every day, but now I put it on display on a group page. So it's been fun, and other friends have gotten in the mix and everything, and seeing some of the creative wrestling shirts that have come out is pretty fun. I'm probably more WWE stuff, but I have a lot of AEW gear as well. So it's been fun.
Yeah. 20 days. Yeah. I don't know how many wrestling shirts I have. At least 20, 30, 50. Who knows if I went and opened up the crate of old T-shirts I have, it's probably filled with wrestling T-shirts. So 2 days of WrestleMania starts today at 4 o'clock Mountain Time, 3 o'clock Pacific Time. You can watch it on the ESPN app. Let's run down today's card, get Rude's predictions here. The 6-man tag match, Logan Paul, Austin Theory, and I Show Speed versus the Usos and LA Knight. This is going to be on ESPN2 the first hour tonight of the show. Who are we taking?
We're back and forth on this one. On a podcast I did, we did predictions, and I actually took the Vision on this one. I picked against my boy Jey Uso, but the Vision needs some strength. I also predicted a return of Braun Breaker during this match, but we'll see.
Ooh. Yeah, because there was big questions if he was going to be healthy enough for WrestleMania, which he didn't get his own match, but that could be a good call. He's got to be coming back soon, or maybe you just show him just as a distraction or something. Who knows, even if he doesn't get involved. The unsanctioned match, this is going to be a dogfight. Jacob Fatu against Drew McIntyre.
I took Jacob Fatu. McIntyre's making movies afterwards, but I guess he's been filming in the meantime, so he's not going to miss less time. So I really think he can go both ways now, but I'm still going with Jacob Fatu. He's over, he's huge, and he's scary.
Yeah. And Drew, I don't think he needs the win either, so we'll see. The Women's Tag Team Championship Fatal 4-Way match, the champs, Nia Jax, Lash Legend, taking on Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, Bayley, and Laya Valkyrie, and the Bella Twins. But the big question mark coming into this match, Nikki Bella was in a boot last night at Hall of Fame. There's been rumblings that Paige could be coming back. What do we think, Rude?
Yeah. I mean, we've heard about her injury, so we're not sure. A lot of people pick the Bellas because they're in this match, getting those titles for the first time. I'm taking Bayley and Lyra Valkyria. They seem like a team on the rise in tag teams. And a lot of the other teams, like I want Charlotte and Alexa to do single stuff, not Nia and Lash to do single stuff. So I want them to get back there. That's why I'm pulling for Bayley and Lyra. And Bayley will get a WrestleMania moment. It'd be great. And but we don't know if the Bellas will be able to do stuff. And I thought it'd be weird if Paige and who is it? It's hurt. Nikki Bella's hurt. So Brie winning it. It just seems weird. If it was full 2 Bellas, I'd probably take them. But I'm going with Lyra and Bayley.
Yeah, Bayley needs a WrestleMania moment. She's been out of WrestleMania the last couple of years, and she hasn't been happy about that. They've been getting TV time, so I could see that in the last couple of weeks. So we'll see. The Women's Intercontinental Championship match. AJ Lee has owned Becky Lynch. AJ Lee's the champ. Can she continue her dominance?
I'm going to change that from my prediction. I'm going to go with Becky. I had a hard time believing that the possibility of CM Punk and AJ both dropping their titles in the same weekend, that'd be devastating for those two. But I don't know how much AJ is going to continue wrestling. Becky is a phenomenal wrestler. Don't get me wrong. She's amazing. She's doing a lot for that Intercontinental Championship. Everybody says she's amazing. ESPN, Bleacher Report, So I love the angle that Becky's doing. So I'm going with Becky this time.
And the match that just kind of got thrown together here, Becky's husband, Seth Rollins, against Gunther. Have we even seen any hype on this match? I mean, it's just, I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have Seth back, and maybe this will create less of a pigeonhole on Gunther being in every match, being a retirement match for somebody. I'm going with Seth Rollins. I think he's amazing. I think he can beat Gunther. And I think that's tough because neither guy, no hype. We don't know who needs to win more. Is Seth fully recovered? So I'm intrigued by this match. I think it's going to be a banger of a match. They're both amazing wrestlers. But I'm going with Seth.
Well, is Gunther undefeated at WrestleMania? Or is he lost at WrestleMania?
He's defeated.
He
lost the IC belt to Sammy. He lost to Jay, the title. So I think this is his third one. So it may be in line for a win.
Yeah, interesting. The Women's World Championship match, which, I mean, Liv Morgan, after she got the bump on her head when Stephanie McMahon pushed her a couple weeks ago, was just brutal. I mean, Liv has looked awful the last couple weeks, but it's helped the hype of this match a lot. This is a tough one to call here. Who's going to win this, Rude?
I'm looking forward to this match because the build-up. I wasn't sure how it was going to go down, but I'm going with Liv. Royal Rumble winner. She's amazing. I think they might have pushed Stephanie McMahon a little quickly, and so it won't really hurt if she lost. We saw her at Survivor Series. I was there, and it was an interesting match. And so I'm going with Liv. Liv's on it, but who knows what that does for Judgment Day if she wins.
Yeah. This is a tough one. I think this is one of the hardest ones to see who's going to get the victory here. Because Liv's always a great champ, And her black eyes and big purple knot on her head has been interesting the last couple weeks. And then the match that he's there for, Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton for the WWE Championship. Orton, they threw Pat McAfee in this thing. It's just been weird. I don't know. And then Orton's been heel, but the crowd hasn't really liked that. I heard last night when Cody Rhodes came out on SmackDown, the crowd kind of poo-pooed on him. It could get very interesting tonight, Rude, during this match.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys heard I'm definitely pulling for Randy Orton. I think he's going to win. The Pat McAfee thing has been weird. I thought they could have gone so many other ways. Even him talking can't get the fans to totally turn on Randy. I mean, it's cheers. I only caught the beginning of SmackDown the other night, and Randy came out and talked to him. I was like, they still love him. They still love him. Maybe he's not being evil enough. I don't know. Is Jelly Roll out of the mix? Because he got laid out 2 weeks ago, and he hasn't been on the posters, but I think he could play a part in this match because they're kind of setting up stuff for Backlash. It would be awesome if Cody and Randy did a Hogan Rock turn, switch roles. And Cody leaned into, people cheering or poo-pooing him. But I want to see Randy evil. I don't know if we'll ever get back to 09 Randy, but I'm ready for it.
Yeah. It'd be great to see Randy win his 15th championship, too. Rude and I, this is how long we've been wrestling fans. We saw Randy Orton on his first ever, championship title defense when he was 20-some years old at a house show. What was that, in Colorado Springs, or where was that?
That was Loveland.
Was it Loveland?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Loveland.
One of them. Yeah, Orton was the youngest champ ever, and we were in the third row, and he came down, and it was amazing. But that's how long Rude's been we've both been wrestling fans forever, but especially a Randy Orton fan.
Oh yeah. To watch him get older, and I heard he was, a giant asshole today, so he's a much better person these days, and now it's getting 15.
Yeah. And we'll see, because he's been around so long. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you want to be a heel, the crowd's still going to love you just because of everything the guy's done in his career. And now he's huge and looks great, and he's amazing. We won't run down all of tomorrow's card, but you kind of teased it. You think Roman Reigns is going to beat CM Punk?
I do. They've been cutting great promos. I mean, it's interesting, and this might be the first time I'm cheering for Roman in a while. So maybe he's the face in my mind. I don't know, but I think Roman takes it. But I wouldn't be shocked that CM Punk won. But I think that this is another Roman reign, but not as long as that last one. But I think they'll put a strap back on Roman, and he'll win. I think it's going to be a banger of a match.
Yeah, and I can't tell. That's how good this build-up's been, though. I mean, it feels like there's real heat between these two guys.
Yeah, and then you're like, who's the heel, who's the face? Because so many people love Roman, and so many people love Punk. And so I don't know who. I'll let you know who drowns out who in the chance if we get more CM Punk or Roman Reigns. But I think it's pretty even right now. And so I don't know who's going to take what role, if any, in the match. They both play great heels and faces throughout time. So I'm interested. I'm very interested. It's good. I think that'll be a killer match. I mean, I wish Randy was headlining on Sunday night, but I'll take Roman Punk.
Yeah, it could be a really awesome main event tomorrow night. The one match that's interesting that could steal the show, Obafemi against Brock Lesnar. This thing could, I don't know. These two huge guys are going to tear the place down.
Yeah, I mean, if it ends, I might end in a no contest. They may beat each other until they can't stand. I'm leaning towards Lesnar, only because Oba's come out and kind of ruled him every time they've gotten into it. So I think Lesnar is going to get some payback. They're just massive dudes. And so this will be amazing. And I hope I kind of hope it ends in a no finish, and they get to keep this feud going for a little bit. As long as we can get Lesnar back here and there. But I'm going with Lesnar. Might not be the popular pick, but since Oba's just on the rise and probably a future world champion soon, but I think it's still Lesnar's time.
Yeah, and when you've been a wrestling fan forever, when you keep getting destroyed on regular TV week after week, that usually means you win at the pay-per-views or whatever they call them now, PLEs or So Monday we're going to Raw. It's always the best Raw after WrestleMania. We got to be excited for this. What's going to happen on Raw?
I have no idea. I'm sure you obviously if there's new champs that on Raw that are going to come out. So with me, I'm going to see Roman come out. But it's the most exciting, the most I thought it would be a Raw where Jericho came out, but he re-signed with AEW. So I don't know what they're going to be able to do to make that Raw so explosive and shocking. Maybe there's some wrestler in the back that we haven't seen. Maybe that's the time Braun comes back. But I know it's going to be good. And I used to bitch about the Raw after WrestleMania, but now they've just amped it up a ton. And so we're excited for that. I didn't go last year to Raw after WrestleMania, so this year, and we're actually going to have our whole crew together because not everybody's going to WrestleMania. Some people are watching watch parties here in town, but the whole crew, 7 of us, will be at Raw on Monday night.
Awesome.
Even my girlfriend Tia, who doesn't watch a whole lot of wrestling, she got an LWO shirt for the.
Nice. Even Tia's going to Raw. Well, right on. Well, thanks, Rude, for getting up early. I know you've been busy, and he's an hour earlier than we are, but we appreciate you getting up early and running down WrestleMania. Have a blast. Go Orton. Be safe, and have fun.
Take care, brother. Yeet.
Yes, yeet. All right, take care. There's Justin Flaskerud, a.k.a. Rude, lives in Laramie, Wyoming. Works at the university, huge wrestling fan, buddy of mine forever. We went to Laramie together back in the day. We actually met because of wrestling. So crazy stuff. Big thanks for everybody coming on. Brendan McMahon, Robbie Hart, Rude, and also the new Sheridan High School Activities Director. Now I can't think of Kyle's last name. Kyle Warnicki. There you go. Thanks, Kyle, for coming on. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here next Saturday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The body of Cody resident Sean Ezekiel Hughes, who had been missing since Easter, was found on Thursday afternoon in a parked car at Yellowstone Regional Airport. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that his sister says the family is in shock.
Sean Hughes was found at the Yellowstone Regional Airport. Now, this is where he was also last seen on Easter. And it's thought now that he actually did not duck off surveillance footage as they thought and headed out of the parking lot, but instead got into an unlocked vehicle. So he's found actually in a vehicle on the parking lot. Police had early